Section 11 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederick Jan Hopman. Chapter 9. The Conventions of Love. It is from literature that we gather the forms of erotic thought belonging to a period, but we should try to picture them functioning as elements of social life. A whole system of amatory conceptions and usages was current in aristocratic conversation of those times. What signs and figures of love which later ages have dropped. Around the god of love, the bizarre mythology of the Roman de la Rose was grouped. Then there was the symbolism of colors in costume and of flowers and precious stones. The meaning of colors, of which feeble traces still obtain, was of extreme importance in amorous conversation during the Middle Ages. A manual of the subject was written about 1458 by the herald Sisley in his Le Blason des Couleurs, laughed at by Rabelais. When Guillaume de Machaut meets his beloved for the first time, he's delighted to see her wear a white dress and a sky-blue hood with a design of green parrots, because green signifies new love and blue, fidelity. Later he sees her image in a dream, turning away from him and dressed in green, signifying novelty, and reproaches her with it in a ballad. Quote, En lieu de bleu, madame, vous vestez vert. Instead of in blue, lady, you dress in green. Unquote. Rings, veils, and bands, all the jewels and presents of courtship had their special function, with devices and enigmatic emblems which sometimes were veritable rebuses. The standard of the Dauphin in 1414 bore a gold K, a swan, cygne, and an L, indicating one of his mother's maids of honor, who was called La Cassinelle. The glorieux de cour et transporteur de nom, at whom Rabelais mocked, represent espoir by a sphere, mélancolie by a columbine, ancolie. Numerous games served to express the finesses of sentiment, such as the king who does not lie, the castle of love, sales of love, games for sale. In one of them, for instance, the lady mentions a flower. The young man has to answer by a rhymed compliment. Quote, Je vous vends la passe rose. Belle, dire ne vous ose. Comment amour vers vous me tire, si l'apercevez tout sans dire. I sell you the hollyhock. Belle, I dare not tell how love draws me towards you, but you perceive it without saying a word. Unquote. The game of Castle of Love consisted of a series of allegorical riddles. Quote, Du chastel d'amour vous demain, dites le premier fondement, aimez loyalement. Or me nommez le maître mûr, qui jolit le fond fort et sûr, scellé sagement. Dites-moi, qui sont les crenelles, les fenêtres et les carrels? Regard attrayant. Ami, nommez-moi le portier, d'angier mot parlant. Qui est la clé qui le peut défermer? Priez courtoisement. Of the Castle of Love, I ask you, tell me the first foundation, to love loyally. Now mention the principal wall, which makes it fine, strong, and sure, to conceal wisely. Tell me what are the loopholes, the windows, and the stones? Alluring looks. Friend, mention the porter. Ill-speaking danger. Which is the key that can unlock it? Courteous request. End quote. Since the times of the troubadours, the casuistry of love had occupied a large place in courtly conversation. It was, so to say, curiosity and backbiting raised to the level of a literary form. At the court of Louis of Orleans, people amuse themselves at meals by tales, ballads, and graceful questions. Poets are especially laid under contribution. Machaut is requested by a company of ladies and noblemen to reply to a series of partures of love and of its adventures. Every love affair is discussed according to rigorous rules. Quote, Beau, sire, which would you prefer, that people spoke ill of your lady and that you found her good, or that she were well spoken of and you should find her bad? End quote. The strict conception of honour obliged a gentleman to answer, quote, Lady, I should prefer to hear her well spoken of, and that I should find her bad. End quote. Does a lady neglected by her lover break faith by choosing another? May a knight bereft of all hope of seeing his lady, whom a jealous husband keeps locked up, seek a new love? One step more, and love questions will be treated as lawsuits, as in the Arrest d'amour of Marshal d'Auvergne. The courtly code did not serve exclusively for making verses. It claimed to be applicable to life, or at least to conversation. It's very difficult to pierce the clouds of poetry and to penetrate to the real life of the epoch. How far did courting and flirtation during the 14th and 15th centuries come up to the requirements of the courtly system, or to the precepts of Jean de Meaux? Autobiographical confessions are very rare at that epoch. Even when an actual love affair is described with the intention of being accurate, the author cannot free himself from the accepted style and technical conceptions. We find an instance of this in the too lengthy narrative of a love affair of an old poet and a young girl, which Guillaume de Machaut has given us in Le Livre du Voirdy. He was approaching his 60th year when Péronnelle d'Armentières, of a noble family in Champagne, sent him in 1362 her first rondelle, in which she offered her heart to the celebrated poet whom she did not know, and invited him to enter with her into a poetical love correspondence. The poor poet, sickly, blind of one eye, gouty, at once kindles. He replies to her rondelle, and an exchange of letters and of poems begins. Péronnelle is proud of her literary connection. She does not make a secret of it, and begs the poet to put in writing the true story of their love, inserting their letters and their poetry. Machaut readily complies. I shall make, he says, quote, to your glory and praise, something that will be well remembered. And, my very sweet heart, are you sorry because we have begun so late? By God, so am I. But here is the remedy. Let us enjoy life as much as circumstances permit, so that we may make up for the time we have lost, and that people may speak of our love 100 years hence. And all well and honourably, for if there were evil, you would conceal it from God if you could. End quote. The narrative connecting the letters and the poetry teaches us what degree of intimacy was considered compatible with a decent love affair. The young lady may permit herself extraordinary liberties, provided everything takes place in the presence of third parties, her sister-in-law, her maid, or her secretary. At the first interview, which Machaut has been waiting for with misgivings because of his unattractive appearance, Péronnelle falls asleep, or pretends to sleep, under a cherry tree with her head on the poet's knees. The secretary covers her mouth with a green leaf and tells Machaut to kiss the leaf. Just when the latter takes courage to do so, the secretary pulls the leaf away. She grants him other favours. A pilgrimage to Saint-Denis at the time of the fair provides them with an opportunity of passing some days together. One afternoon, overcome by the heat of mid-June, they fly from the crowd at the fair to take a few hours' rest. A burgher of the town provides them with a double-bedded room. The blinds are closed, and the company lies down. The sister-in-law takes one of the two beds. Péronnelle and her maid occupy the other. She orders the bashful poet to lie down between them, which he does, lying very still for fear of disturbing her. On waking, she orders him to kiss her. At the end of the trip, she permits him to come and wake her in order to take leave, and the narrative gives us to understand that she refused him nothing. She gives him the golden key of her honour, to guard that treasure, or what was left of it. The poet's good fortune ended there. He did not see her again, and for lack of other adventures he filled the rest of his book with mythological excursions. At last she lets him know that their relations must end because of a marriage, probably. He resolves to go on loving and revering her till the end of his days, and after their death he will pray God to reserve for her, in the glory of heaven, the name he gave her, Toute Belle. In the Voirdy of Machaut, religion and love are mixed up with a sort of ingenuous shamelessness. We need not be shocked by the fact that the author was a canon of the Church of Rheims, for in the Middle Ages, minor orders which sufficed for a canon, Petrarch was one, did not absolutely impose celibacy. The fact that a pilgrimage was chosen as an occasion for the lovers to meet was not extraordinary either. At this period, pilgrimages served all sorts of frivolous purposes. But what astonishes us is that Machaut, a serious and delicate poet, claims to perform his pilgrimage very devoutly. At Mass he is seated behind her. Quote, Quand on dit Agnus Dei, vois que je dois à Saint-Crépin, doucement me donna la paix, entre deux pilets de moustiers, et j'en avois bien métier, car mes cœurs amoureux étaient troublés, quand si tôt se partait. When the priest said, Agnus Dei, faith I owe to Saint Crépin, sweetly she gave me the pax between two pillars of the church, and I needed it indeed, for my amorous heart was troubled that we had to part so soon. End quote. He says his hours as he is waiting for her in the garden. He glorifies her portrait as his God on earth. Entering the church to begin a novene, he takes a mental vow to compose a poem about his beloved on each of the 9 days, which does not prevent him from speaking about the great devotion with which he said his prayers. We shall revert elsewhere to the astonishing ingenuousness with which, before the Council of Trent, worldly occupations were mixed up with works of the faith. As regards the tone of the love affair of Machaut and Peronelle, it is soft, cloying, somewhat morbid. The expression of their feelings remains enveloped in arguments and allegories, but there is something touching in the tenderness of the old poet, which prevents him from seeing that Toute Belle, after all, has but played with him and with her own heart. To grasp what little we can of actual love relations apart from literature, we should oppose to the voir dit as a pendant, Le livre du Chevalier de la Tour Landry pour l'enseignement de ses filles, written at the same epoch. This time we are not concerned with an old amorous poet. We have to do with the father of a rather prosaic turn of mind, an Angevin nobleman who relates his reminiscences, anecdotes, and tales pour mes filles apprendre à romancier. This might be rendered, to teach my daughters the fashionable conventions in love matters. The instruction, however, does not turn out romantic at all. The moral of the examples and admonitions which the cautious father recommends to his daughters tends especially to put them on their guard against the dangers of romantic flirtations. Take heed of eloquent people, always ready with their, quote, false, long, and pensive looks, and little sighs, and wonderful emotional faces, and who have more words at hand than other people, unquote. Do not be too encouraging. He himself, when young, was conducted by his father to a castle to make the acquaintance of a young lady to whom they wanted to betroth him. The girl received him very kindly. He conversed with her on all sorts of subjects so as to probe her character somewhat. They got to talk of prisoners, which gave the knight a chance to pay a neat compliment. Quote, Mademoiselle, it would be better to fall into your hands as a prisoner than into many another's, and I think your prison would not be so hard as that of the English. She replied that she had recently seen one whom she could wish to be her prisoner, and then I asked her if she would make a bad prison for him, and she said not at all, and that she would hold him as dear as her own person, and I told her that the man would be very fortunate in having such a sweet and noble prison. What shall I say? She could talk well enough, and it seemed, to judge from her conversation, that she knew a good deal, and her eyes had also a very lively and lightsome expression. End quote. When they took leave, she begged him 2 or 3 times to come back soon, as if she had known him for a long time already. Quote, And when we had departed, my lord my father said to me, What do you think of her whom you've seen? Tell me your opinion. Monseigneur, she seems to me all well and good, but I shall never be nearer to her than I am now, if you please. End quote. Her lack of reserve left him without any desire to get better acquainted with her. So they did not get engaged, and of course the author says that he afterwards had reason not to repent it. It is to be regretted that the Chevalier has not given more autobiographical details and fewer moral exhortations, because these personal traits, showing how customs adapted themselves to the ideal, are very rare in the traditions of the Middle Ages. In spite of his avowed intention to teach his girls à romancier, the Knight de la Tour Landry thinks, before all things, of a good marriage, and marriage had little to do with love. He reports to them a debate between his wife and himself on the question whether it is becoming d'aimer par amour. He thinks that a girl may, in certain cases, for example, in the hope of marrying, love honorably. His wife thinks otherwise. It is better that a girl should not fall in love at all, not even with her betrothed, otherwise piety would suffer in consequence. Quote, "For I have heard many women say who were in love in their youth, that when they were in church their thoughts and fancies made them dwell more on those nimble imaginations and delights of their love affairs than on the service of God. And the art of love is of such a nature that just at the holiest moments of the service, that is to say, when the priest holds our Lord on the altar, the most of these little thoughts would come to them." Machaut and Paranel might have confirmed this. It is not easy for us to reconcile the general austerity of the Chevalier de la Tour-Landry with the fact that this father does not scruple to instruct his daughters by means of stories which would not have been out of place in the Sans Nouvelle. Still, even more recent literature, that of the Elizabethan age, for instance, may remind us how completely the world becomes estranged from the erotic forms of a few centuries back. As for betrothals and marriages, neither the graceful forms of the courtly ideal nor the refined frivolity and open cynicism of the Roman de la Rose had any real hold upon them. In the very matter-of-fact considerations on which a match between noble families was based, there was little room for the chivalrous fictions of prowess and of service. Thus it came about that the courtly notions of love were never corrected by contact with real life. They could unfold freely in aristocratic conversation. They could offer a literary amusement or a charming game, but no more. The ideal of love, such as it was, could not be lived up to except in a fashion inherently false. Cruel reality constantly gave the lie to it. At the bottom of the intoxicating cup of the Roman de la Rose, the moralist exposed the bitter dregs. From the side of religion, maledictions were poured upon love in all its aspects as the sin by which the world is being ruined. "Whence," exclaims Gerson, "come the bastards, the infanticides, the abortions? Whence hatred? Whence poisonings?" Woman joins her voice to that from the pulpit. All the conventions of love are the work of men, even when it dons an idealistic guise. Erotic culture is altogether saturated by male egotism. And what else is the cause of the endlessly repeated insults to matrimony, to woman, and her feebleness, but the need of masking this egotism? One word suffices, says Christine de Pizan, to answer all these infamies. It is not the women who have written the books. Indeed, medieval literature shows little true pity for woman, little compassion for her weaknesses and the dangers and pains which love has in store for her. Pity took on a stereotyped and factitious form in the sentimental fiction of the knight delivering the virgin. The author of the 15 Joies de Mariage, after having mocked at all the faults of women, undertakes to describe also the wrongs they have to suffer. So far as is known, he never performed this task. Civilization always needs to wrap up the idea of love in veils of fancy, to exalt and refine it, and thereby to forget cruel reality. The solemn or graceful game of the faithful knight or the amorous shepherd, the fine imagery of courtly allegories, however brutally life belied them, never lost their charm, nor all their moral value. The human mind needs these forms, and they always remain essentially the same. End of section 11. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2021.
Section 12 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Andrew M. Byron. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederick Jan Hopman. Section 12. The Idyllic Vision of Life. The lasting vogue of the pastoral genre towards the end of the Middle Ages implies a reaction against the ideal of courtesy. Weary of the complicated formalism of chivalrous love, the aristocratic soul renounces the overstrung pretension of heroism in love and praises rural life as the escape from it. The new, or rather revived, bucolic ideal remains essentially an erotic one. Still, there is a strain of bucolic sentiment, the inspiration of which is rather ethical than erotic. We may perhaps distinguish it from the pastoral proper by calling it the idea of the simple life, or of aurea mediocritas. It is continually merging into the other. The negation of the chivalric ideal arises among the nobles themselves. It is in court literature that sarcastic or sentimental criticism of it springs up. The burghers, on the other hand, are always striving to imitate the forms of the noble life. Nothing could be falser than to picture the Third Estate in the Middle Ages as animated by class hatred or scorning chivalry. On the contrary, the splendor of the life of the nobility dazzles and seduces them. The rich burghers take pains to adopt the forms and the tone of the nobility. Philip of Artefeld, the leader of the Flemish insurgents, whom one would like to picture as a simple, sober revolutionary, kept a state like a prince's. His going in to dinner is announced by music. His meals are served up on silver plate, like that of a Count of Flanders. He goes about dressed in scarlet and miniver, preceded by his unfurled pennon showing a sable scutcheon with 3 silver hats. The great financier, Jacques Coeur, whom one instinctively thinks of as a modern, took a lively interest, according to Jacques de Lalagne's biographer, in the fantastic and useless projects of that anachronistic knight-errant. Among those who freed themselves from the chivalric illusion, seeing the misery and the falsehood of it, we must begin with those practical and frigid minds which were, so to say, opposed to it by temperament. Such were Philippe de Commines and his master Louis XI. In describing the Battle of Montlhéry, Commines abstains from all heroic fiction, no fine exploits, no dramatic turns. He only gives us a realistic picture of comings and goings, of hesitations and fears. He takes pleasure in telling of flights and noting how courage returned with security. He rejects all chivalrous terminology and scarcely mentions honor, which he treats almost as an inevitable evil. The ideal of chivalry tallies with the spirit of a primitive age, susceptible of gross delusion and little accessible to the corrections of experience. Sooner or later, intellectual progress demands a revision of this ideal. It does not disappear, however, it only sheds its 2 fantastic tendencies. Chivalry, far from being completely disavowed, drops its affectation of a quasi-religious perfection, and will be henceforth only a model of social life. The knight is transformed into the cavalier who, though still keeping up a very severe code of honor and of glory, will no longer claim to be a defender of the faith or a protector of the oppressed. The modern gentleman is still ideally linked with the medieval conception of chivalry. The requirements of moral, aesthetic, and social perfection weighed too heavily on the knight. This highly praised chivalry, considered from any point of view whatever, could not conceal its inherent falsity. It was a ridiculous anachronism, a piece of factitious making-up. No social utility, no moral value, everywhere vanity and sin. Even as an aesthetic game, the courtly life ended by boring the players. So they turned to another ideal, that of simplicity and repose. Does this mean that the disillusioned nobles turned to a spiritual life? Sometimes they did. At all times, the lives of many courtiers and soldiers have ended in the renunciation of the world. More often, however, they are content themselves to seek elsewhere the sublime life which chivalry failed to give. From the days of antiquity, a promise had been held out of an earthly felicity to be found in rural life. Here true peace seemed attainable without strife, simply by flight. Here was a sure refuge from envy and hatred, from the vanity of honors, from oppressive luxury and cruel war. Medieval literature inherited from the classic authors the theme of the praise of the simple life, which may be called the negative side of the bucolic sentiment. Court life and aristocratic pretension are disavowed in favor of solitude, work, and study. In the 14th century, this theme had found its typical expression in France in Le Dix de Franc-Gontier of Philippe de Vitry, Bishop of Meaux, musician and poet, and a friend of Petrarch. Sous feuilles verts, sur herbe délictable, les rues bruyants et près claire fontaine, trouvez fiché une borde potable, Idyllic mangeois gautier aux dames hélènes, fromage frais, lait, beurre fromagé, crème, maton, pomme, noix, prune, pois, eau et oignons, escaillons froyés, sur cruste bise, aux grosses ailes pour mieux boire. Footnote. Under green leaves, on delightful grass near a noisy brook and a clear fountain, I found a portable board. There Gontier took his meal with Dame Hélène on fresh cheese, milk, cream, and cheese, curds, apple, nut, plum, pear, garlic and onions, chopped shallots on a brown crust, with coarse salt to drink the better. End footnote. After the meal, they kiss, quote, both the mouth and the nose, the soft and the shaggy, end quote. Then Gontier goes off to fell a tree, while Hélène goes to do the washing. Joyeux Gontier en l'abattant son arbre, Dieu merci, de sa vie serait. Ne sait, dit-il, que son pilier de marbre. Pommeau luisant, mur vestus de peinture, je n'aille pas hors de trésor tissu. Sous beau semblant, ne composé soie, un vaisseau d'or, je n'aille la teste nue, devant Tyrant, ne genual qui s'y ploie. Verge d'huissière, jamais ne me déboute, car jusque-là ne m'esprend convoitise. Ambitionne, ne lécherie goûte, la bourre me peste en joyeuse franchise. Moult jamais Hélène est-elle moi sans faille, et c'est assez. De tomber n'avons cure. Lors j'ai dit, là, serve de cour ne vole maille, mais franc Gontier vaut un nom jamais pur. Footnote. I heard Gontier, in felling his tree, thank God for his life of security. I do not know, he said, what are pillars of marble, shining pommels, walls decorated with paintings. I have no fear of treason hidden under fine appearances, nor that I shall be poisoned in a gold cup. I do not bare my head before a tyrant, nor bend my knee. No usher's rod ever turns me away, for no covetousness, ambition, nor lechery entice me to court. Labor holds me in joyous liberty. I love Hélène dearly, and she loves me without fail, and that is enough. We are not afraid of the grave. Then I said, alas, a serf of the court is not worth a doigt, but Franc Gontier is worth a sure gem set in gold. End footnote. We observe how here already the motif of the simple life is coupled with that of natural love. For later generations, the poem of Philippe de Vitry remained the classic expression of the bucolic sentiment and of the happiness procured by security and independence, frugality and health, useful labor and conjugal love, without complications. Eustache Deschamps imitated him in a number of ballads, of which one follows its model very closely. En retournant d'une cour souveraine, où j'avais longuement séjourné, à un bosquet, dessous une fontaine, trouvé Robin le Franc, un chapelet, chapeau de fleurs, à voici l'affublé, dessus son chiffre, et Marion Sadru, etc. Footnote. Returning from a sovereign's court where I had long sojourned, in a bush near a fountain I found Robin the Free, his head crowned. With chaplets of flowers had he adorned his head, and Marion his beloved. End footnote. Generally, however, he simply praises the golden mean.
Je ne requiers à Dieu faire qu'il me donne en ce monde de lui servir et leur vivre pour moi côte entière pour point, aucun cheval pour mon labour porter, et que je puisse mon état gouverner moyennement en Grèce, sans envie, sans trop avoir et sans pain demander, car aujourd'hui est la plus servie. Footnote. I only ask of God to give me, that I may serve and praise him in this world, live for myself, my coat or doublet whole, one horse to carry my labor, and that I may govern my estate in mediocre style, in grace, without envy, without having too much, and without begging my bread. For this day is the safest life. End footnote. The quest of glory or of gain does but entail misery. Only the poor man is happy. He lives tranquilly and long. Un ouvrier et un pauvre charlatan va mauvaise-tu, déchiré et déchaud, mais en ouvrant, prend en gré ses travaux et limon, fait son œuvre finir. Par nuit dort bien, peu sur tels cuers. L'oiseau vaut 4 rois, et le règne finir. Footnote. A working man and a poor wagoner go about ill-dressed in torn clothes and ill-shod, but, laboring, he takes pleasure in his work and merrily finishes it. At night he sleeps well, and therefore such a royal heart sees 4 kings and their reigns end. End footnote. The picture of a working man surviving 4 kings pleased him so much that he used it several times. The editor of Deschamps' works, Monsieur Gaston Reynaud, supposes that the poems of this tendency all date from the last period of his life, when, deprived of his functions, forsaken and disappointed, he has at last learned to understand the vanity of court affairs. This is perhaps going too far. These poems would seem rather to be the expression of sentiments more or less conventional, current among the nobility itself in the midst of court life. The theme of contempt for a courtier's life enjoyed great favor with a group of scholars who, towards the end of the 14th century, mark the beginning of French humanism, and whose circle was connected with that of the leaders of the great councils of the Church. Pierre Dailly himself is the author of a poem forming a companion piece with that of Franc Gontier. The tyrant, in contrast with the happy rustic, leading the life of a slave in continuous fear. The theme was admirably fit to be treated in the epistolary style after the model of Petrarch. Jean de Montreuil tried his hand at it, so did Nicolas de Clemanges 3 times over. A secretary to the Duke of Orléans, the Milanese Ambrose de Miliis, addressed to Gontier Cole a Latin letter in which a courtier dissuades his friend from entering into court service. Translated into French, this letter figures among the works of Alain Chartier under the title Le Curial, and afterwards Robert Gauguin translated it back into Latin. The theme was even worked out by a certain Charles Rochefort in a long-winded allegorical poem, L'Abusé en cour, afterwards attributed to King René. Toward the end of the 15th century, Jean Mesquinot still rhymes as follows. La cour est une mer, dont sous vague d'orgueil, dont vit orage, il résume de bas, et tout rage qu'il est nef. J'ai souvent bas, très en effet son personnage, n'ajouterai pas pour tes ébats. Footnote. The court is a sea whence come waves of pride, thunderstorms of envy. Wrath stirs up quarrels and outrages, which often cause the ships to sink. Treason plays its part there. Swim elsewhere for your amusement. End footnote. In the 16th century, the old motif had lost nothing of its freshness. For the most part, the praises of a frugal life and of hard work in the fields are not based on the delights of simplicity and labor in themselves, nor on the security and independence they seem to confer. The positive content of the ideal is the longing for natural love. The pastoral is the idyllic form assumed by erotic thought. Just like the dream of heroism which is at the bottom of the ideas of chivalry, the bucolic dream is somewhat more than a literary genre. It is a craving to reform life itself. It does not stop at describing the life of shepherds with its innocent and natural pleasures. People want to imitate it, if not in real life, at least in the illusion of a graceful game. Weary of factitious conceptions of love, the aristocracy sought a remedy for them in the pastoral ideal. Facile and innocent love amid the delights of nature seemed to be the lot of country people, theirs to be the truly enviable form of happiness. The villain, in his turn, becomes an ideal type. The antique form of bucolic life still satisfied the aspirations of the waning Middle Ages. No need is felt to correct the pastoral fiction in accordance with real life. The new enthusiasm for nature does not mean a truly deep sense of reality, not even a sincere admiration for work. It is only an attempt to adorn courteous manners by an array of artificial flowers, playing at shepherd and shepherdess just as people had played at Lancelot and Guinevere. In the Pastoral, the short poem relating the facile adventure of the knight with the country girl, pastoral fantasy is still in touch with reality. In the pastoral proper, however, the lover or poet thinks himself a shepherd too. All contact with reality is lost. All things are transferred to a sunlit landscape full of the singing of birds and the playing of reed pipes, where even sadness assumes a sweet sound. The faithful shepherd continues to resemble the faithful knight only too closely. After all, it is courtly love transposed into another key. However artificial it might be, pastoral fantasy still tended to bring the loving soul into touch with nature and its beauties. The pastoral genre was the school where a keener perception and a stronger affection towards nature were learned. The literary expression of the sentiment of nature was a byproduct of the pastoral. Out of the simple words of exultation at the joys caused by sunshine and shade, birds and flowers, the loving description of scenery and rural life gradually develops. A poem like L'Idylle de la Pasteur of Christine de Pizan marks the transition of the pastoral to a new genre. The bucolic idyll, then, offered itself as a new style for courtly amusement, a supplement to chivalry, as it were. Once received as such, it becomes another mask. The pastoral travesty serves for all sorts of diversions. The domains of pastoral fantasy and of chivalric romanticism mingle. Tournaments are held in the apparel of an eclogue, like the Pas d'armes de la bergère of King René. These pastoral representations, even if they did not really deceive people, at least seem to have been regarded as important. Among his Marvels of the World, Chastelin mentions King René's playing at shepherd. Jaillit en raille de Cécile, veut devenir berger, et ces femmes gentilles de ce meilleur mystère, portant la pantière, la houlette échappe, logeant sur la bruyère, auprès de leur troupeau. On another occasion, pastoral fancy had to supply a literary form for political satire. It is hard to imagine a more bizarre product than Le Pastorale, a very long poem by a partisan of Burgundy, who, in this pretty disguise, relates the murder of Louis of Orléans for the purpose of exculpating Jean Saint-Père and of venting his spleen on the house of Orléans. The two hostile dukes, represented by Tristifère and Léonet, in an environment of country dances and ornaments of flowers, Tristifère Orléans robbing the shepherds of their bread and cheese, apples and nuts, shepherds' reeds and bells, and threatening them with his large crook. Even the battle of Agincourt described in pastoral guise. One would be inclined to think this style rather flamboyant if we did not remember that Ariosto uses the same machinery for exculpating his patron, the Cardinal d'Este, who was hardly less guilty than Jean Saint-Père. The pastoral element is never absent from court festivities. It was admirably fitted both for masquerades and for political allegories. Here the bucolic conception coalesced with another of scriptural origin. The prince and his people symbolized by the shepherd and his sheep, the duties of the ruler compared to those of the shepherd. Méchineau sings, Seigneur, tu es de Dieu berger, garde ses bestes loyalement, mais elles ont champ ou un verger, mais ne les perd d'aucunement. Pour ta peine aura bon, paiement en bien la gardant, et ses noms, à malheur reçu ses noms. Footnote. Lord, you are God's shepherd. Guard his animals loyally. Lead them to the field or the orchard, but lose them by no means. You will have good payment for your trouble of guarding them well, and if you do not, you received this name in an evil hour. End footnote. Represented in actual mummery, these ideas naturally took the outward appearance of the pastoral proper. At the marriage feasts of Charles the Bold and Margaret of York at Bruges in 1468, an entremets glorified the princesses of yore as, quote, noble shepherdesses who formerly tended and guarded the sheep of the Pays de Pardissa, the provinces over here, end quote. At Valenciennes in 1493, the revival of the land after the devastations of war was represented, quote, all in pastoral style, end quote. Even in war, the pastoral game was kept up. The stone mortars of the Duke of Burgundy before Granson are called, quote, the shepherd and the shepherdess, end quote. Philippe de Ravestein takes the field with 24 noblemen. They are all dressed up as shepherds and carry shepherds' pouches and crooks. As the Roman de la Rose had done, because of its contrast with the chivalric ideal, so the bucolic ideal in its turn gave rise to an elegant quarrel. A number of variations had been made on the theme of Franc-Gontier. Every one had declared that he was sighing for a diet of cheese, apples, onions, brown bread, and fresh water, for a woodcutter's work with its liberty and carelessness. But aristocratic life still looked very little like it, and skeptics were aware of the inherent falsity of the factitious ideal. Villon unmasked it. In Les Contredits Franc-Gontier, he opposed to the idealized countryman and his love under the roses, the fat canon free from care, tasting good wines and the joy of love in a comfortable room, supplied with an ample hearth and a soft bed. The brown bread and the water of Franc-Gontier. Tous les oiseaux d'ici en Babylone, à tel esco en seule journée, ne me tiendra non une matinée. Footnote. All the birds from here to Babylon, with such a fare, a single day would not keep me, no, not one morning. End footnote. End of section 12. Section 13 of
The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Andrew M. Byron. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederick Jan Hopman.
Section 13. The Vision of Death. No other epoch has laid so much stress as the expiring Middle Ages on the thought of death. An everlasting call of memento mori resounds through life. Denis the Carthusian, in his Directory of the Life of Nobles, exhorts them. And when going to bed at night, he should consider how, just as he now lies down himself, soon strange hands will lay his body in the grave. In earlier times, too, religion had insisted on the constant thought of death, but the pious treatises of these ages only reached those who had already turned away from the world. Since the 13th century, the popular preaching of the mendicant orders had made the eternal admonition to remember death swell into a somber chorus ringing throughout the world. Towards the 15th century, a new means of inculcating the awful thought into all minds was added to the words of the preacher, namely the popular woodcut. Now these two means of expression, sermons and woodcuts, both addressing themselves to the multitude and limited to crude effects, could only represent death in a simple and striking form. All that the meditations on death of the monks of yore had produced was now condensed into a very primitive image. This vivid image, continually impressed upon all minds, had hardly assimilated more than a single element of the great complex of ideas relating to death, namely the sense of the perishable nature of all things. It would seem, at times, as if the soul of the declining Middle Ages only succeeded in seeing death under this aspect. The endless complaint of the frailty of all earthly glory was sung to various melodies. 3 motifs may be distinguished. The first is expressed by the question, "Where are now all those who once filled the world with their splendor?" The second motif dwells on the frightful spectacle of human beauty gone to decay. The third is the death dance, death dragging along men of all conditions and ages. Compared with the two others, the first of these themes is but a graceful and elegiac sigh. After having taken shape in Greek poetry, it was adopted by the Fathers, and pervaded the literature of all Christendom, and that of Islam also. Byron, too, used it in Don Juan. The Middle Ages cultivated it with special predilection. We find it in the heavy rhythm of the erudite poetry of the 12th century. Et ubi gloria nunc Babylonia, nunc ubi dirus Nabucodonosor et Darii vigor ileque Cyrus, nunc ubi Regulus, aut ubi Romulus, aut ubi Remus. Stat rosa pristina nomine, nomina nuda tenemus. Footnote. Where is now your glory, Babylon? Where is now the terrible Nebuchadnezzar, and strong Darius, and the famous Cyrus? Where is now Regulus, or where Romulus, or where Remus? The rose of yore is but a name. Mere names are left to us. End footnote. Franciscan poetry of the 13th century, if the following lines are not of an older date, still preserves an echo of these rhyming hexameters. Dic ubi Salomon, olim tam nobilis vel Samson ubi est, dux invincibilis,
et pulcher Absalon vultu mirabilis, aut dulcis Ionatas multum amabilis? Footnote. Say, where is Solomon once so noble? Or Samson, where is he, the invincible chief? And fair Absalom of the wonderful face? Or sweet Jonathan, the most amiable? End footnote. Deschamps composed at least 4 of his ballads on this theme. Gerson worked it out in a sermon, Denis the Carthusian in his treatise De Quatuor Hominum Novissimus, on the 4 last things of man. Chastelin in a long poem entitled Le Pas de la Mort. Olivier de la Marche in his Parémon et Triomphe des Dames composed on it a lament over all the princesses who died in his time. Villon gives it a new accent of soft tenderness in his Ballade des Dames du temps jadis, with the refrain, Mais où sont les neiges d'antan? And then he sprinkles it with irony in the Ballad of the Lords by adding to the series of kings, popes, and princes of his time the words, Hélas, il est bon roi d'Espagne, duquel je ne sais pas le nom. Footnote. Alas, and the good king of Spain, whose name I do not know. End footnote. However, the wistfulness of remembrance and the thought of frailty in itself do not satisfy the need of expressing with violence the shudder caused by death. The medieval soul demands a more concrete embodiment of the perishable, that of the putrefying corpse. Aesthetic meditation had in all ages dwelt on dust and worms. The treatises on the contempt of the world had, long since, evoked all the horrors of decomposition, but it is only toward the end of the 14th century that pictorial art in its turn seizes upon this motif. To render the horrible details of decomposition, a realistic force of expression was required, to which painting and sculpture only attained towards 1400. At the same time, the motif spread from ecclesiastical to popular literature. Until far into the 16th century, tombs are adorned with hideous images of a naked corpse with clenched hands and rigid feet, gaping mouth and bowels crawling with worms. The imagination of those times relished these horrors without ever looking one stage further to see how corruption perishes in its turn and flowers grow where it lay. A thought which so strongly attaches to the earthly side of death can hardly be called truly pious. It would rather seem a kind of spasmodic reaction against an excessive sensuality. In exhibiting the horrors awaiting all human beauty, already lurking below the surface of corporeal charms, these preachers of contempt for the world express indeed a very materialistic sentiment, namely that all beauty and all happiness are worthless because they are bound to end soon. Renunciation founded on disgust does not spring from Christian wisdom. It is noteworthy that the pious exhortations to think of death and the profane exhortations to make the most of youth almost meet. A painting in the monastery of the Celestines at Avignon, now destroyed, attributed by tradition to the founder, King René himself, represented the body of a dead woman standing enveloped in a shroud with her head dressed and worms gnawing her bowels. In the inscription at the foot of the picture, the first lines read, Une fois sur toute femme belle, mais par la mort suis devenue telle. Ma chair est-toi très belle, fraîche et tendre, or est-elle toute tournée en cendres. Mon corps est-toi très plaisant et très jeune. Je me souhaitais souvent vestir de soie. Or endroit faute, que toute nue je sois. Fourré est-toi du gris et du menu vert, en grand palais, me logeois à mon veuil. Or suis logé en ce petit cercueil. Ma chambre est-toi de beaux tapis ornés, or et d'araignée ma fosse environnée. Footnote.
Once I was beautiful above all women, but by death I became like this. My flesh was very beautiful, fresh and soft. Now it is altogether turned to ashes. My body was very pleasing and very pretty. I used frequently to dress in silk. Now I must rightly be quite nude. I was dressed in grey fur and miniver. I lived in a great palace as I wished. Now I am lodged in this little coffin. My room was adorned with fine tapestry. Now my grave is enveloped by cobwebs. End footnote. Here the memento mori still predominates. It tends imperceptibly to change into the quite worldly complaint of the woman who sees her charms fade, as in the following lines from the Parlement et Triomphe des Dames by Olivier de la Marche.
C'est du regard, s'il fait pour présence, pensez bien, ils perdront leur clarté, nez et sourcils, la bouche d'éloquence se pourriront. Si vous vivez les droits, cours de nature, dont 60 ans et pour un bien grand nombre, votre boutique changera en laidure, votre santé en maladie obscure, et ne ferait en ce monde que encombre. Sophie avait, vous lui serez en ombre, celle sera recuisée à demander, et de chasquant, la mère abandonnée.
Footnote. These sweet looks, these eyes made for pleasance, remember they will lose their luster, nose and eyelashes, the eloquent mouth will putrefy. If you live your natural lifetime, of which 60 years is a great deal, your beauty will change into ugliness, your health into obscure malady, and you will only be in the way here below. If you have a daughter, you will be a shadow to her. She will be in request and asked for, and the mother will be abandoned by all. End footnote. All pious purpose has disappeared in the ballads of Villon, where the old courtesan, La Belle Helénière, calls to mind her irresistible beauty of former times, and is deeply grieved at its sad decline.
Qu'est devenu ce front poli, ces cheveux blonds, sourcils voûtés, grand entrée, les regards jolis, dont peignoir les plus subtils, ces beaux nez droits, grands nez petits, ces petits joints oreilles, menton fourchu, clair, vif, tractis, et ces belles lèvres vermeilles, les fronts ridés, les cheveux gris, les sourcils chauds, les yeux éteints.
Footnote. What has become of this smooth forehead, fair hair, curving eyelashes, large space between the eyes, pretty looks, wherewith I caught the most subtle ones, that fine straight nose, neither large nor small, these tiny ears close to the head, the dimpled chin, well-shaped bright face, and those beautiful vermilion lips? The forehead wrinkled, hair gray, the eyelashes come off, lackluster eyes. End footnote. This inability to free oneself from the attachment to matter manifests itself in yet other forms. A result of the same sentiment is to be found in the extreme importance ascribed in the Middle Ages to the fact that the bodies of certain saints had never decayed. That of Saint Rosa of Viterbo, for example. The assumption of the Holy Virgin exempting her body from earthly corruption was on that account regarded as the most precious of all graces. On various occasions attempts were made to retard decomposition. The features of the corpse of Pierre de Luxembourg were touched up with paint to preserve them intact until the burial. The body of a heretic preacher of the sect of Turpulines, who died in prison before the sentence was passed, was preserved in lime for a fortnight that it might be burned at the same time with a living heretical woman.
The importance attached to being buried in the soil of one's own country gave rise to usages which the Church had to interdict strictly as being contrary to the Christian religion. In the 12th and 13th centuries, when a prince or a person of rank died far from his country, the body was often cut up and boiled so as to extract the bones, which were sent home in a chest, whereas the rest was interred, not without ceremony, however, on the spot. Emperors, kings, and bishops have undergone this strange operation. Pope Boniface VIII forbade it as detestande veritatis abusus quam ex quondam more horribuli non nulli fideles improvide prosecuntur. Footnote: an abuse of abominable savagery practiced by some of the faithful in a horrible way and inconsiderately. End footnote. Yet his successors sometimes granted dispensations. Numbers of Englishmen who fell in France in the 100 Years' War enjoyed this privilege, notably Edward of York and the Earl of Suffolk, who died at Agincourt, Henry V himself, William Glasdale, who perished at Orleans at the time of its relief, a nephew of Sir John Falstolfe, and others. At the close of the Middle Ages, the whole vision of death may be summed up in the word macabre in its modern meaning. Of course, this meaning is the outcome of a long process, but the sentiment it embodies, of something gruesome and dismal, is precisely the conception of death which arose during the last centuries of the Middle Ages. This bizarre word appeared in French in the 14th century under the form macabre, and whatever may be its etymology as a proper name. A line of the poet Jean Lefebvre, Je fis de macabre la danse, which may be dated 1376, remains the birth certificate of the word for us. Toward 1400, the conception of death in art and literature took a spectral and fantastic shape. A new and vivid shudder was added to the great primitive horror of death. The macabre vision arose from deep psychological strata of fear. Religious thought at once reduced it to a means of moral exhortation. As such, it was a great cultural idea, till in its turn it went out of fashion, lingering on in epitaphs and symbols in village cemeteries. The idea of the death dance is the central point of a whole group of connected conceptions. The priority belongs to the motif of the 3 dead and 3 living men, which is found in French literature from the 13th century onward. 3 young noblemen suddenly meet 3 hideous dead men who tell them of their past grandeur and warn them of their own near end. Art soon took hold of this suggestive theme. We can see it still in the striking frescoes of the Camposanto of Pisa. The sculpture of the portal of the Church of the Innocents at Paris, which the Duke of Berry had carved in 1408, but which has not been preserved, represented the same subject. Miniature painting and woodcuts spread it broadcast. The theme of the 3 dead and 3 living men connects the horrible motif of putrefaction with that of the death dance. This theme, too, seems to have originated in France, but it is unknown whether the pictorial representation preceded the scenic or reverse. The thesis of Monsieur Émile Malle, according to which the sculptural and pictorial motifs of the 15th century were supposed as a rule to be derived from dramatic representations, has not been able to keep its ground on critical examination. It may be, however, that we should make an exception in favor of the death dance. Anyhow, the Dance of the Dead has been acted as well as painted and engraved. The Duke of Burgundy had it performed at his mansion in Bruges in 1449. If we could form an idea of the effect produced by such a dance, with vague lights and shadows gliding over the moving figures, we should, no doubt, be better able to understand the horror inspired by the subject than we are by the aid of pictures of Guillaume Marchand or Holbein. The woodcuts with which the Parisian printer Guillaume Marchand ornamented the first edition of the Danse Macabre in 1485 were very probably imitated from the most celebrated of these painted death dances, namely that which since 1424 covered the walls of the cloister of the churchyard of the Innocents at Paris. The stanzas printed by Marchand were those written under these mural paintings. Perhaps they even hail back to the lost poetry of Jean Lefebvre, who, in his turn, seems to have followed a Latin model. The woodcuts of 1485 can give but a feeble impression of the paintings of the Innocents, of which they are not exact copies, as these costumes prove. To have a notion of the effect of these frescoes, one should rather look at the mural paintings of the church of La Chaise-Dieu, where the unfinished condition of the work heightens the spectral effect. The dancing person whom we see coming back 40 times to lead away the living originally does not represent death itself, but a corpse, the living man such as he will presently be. In the stanzas, the dancer is called the dead man or the dead woman. It is a dance of the dead and not of death. The researches of Monsieur Gédéon Huet have made it probable that the primitive subject was a roundabout dance of dead people, come forth from their graves, a theme of which Goethe revived in his Totentanz. The indefatigable dancer is the living man himself in his future shape, a frightful double of his person. "It is yourself," said the horrible vision to each of the spectators. It is only towards the end of the century that the figure of the greatest dancer, of a corpse with hollow and fleshless body, becomes a skeleton, as Holbein depicts it. Death in person has then replaced the individual dead man. While it reminded the spectators of the frailty and the vanity of earthly things, the death dance at the same time preached social equality as the Middle Ages understood it, death leveling the various ranks and professions. At first only men appeared in the picture. The success of his publication, however, suggested to Guyot the idea of a dance macabre of women. Marshal d'Auvergne wrote the poetry. An unknown artist, without equaling his model, completed the picture by a series of feminine figures dragged along by a corpse. Now, it was impossible to enumerate 40 dignities and professions of women. After the queen, the abbess, the nun, the saleswoman, the nurse, and a few others, it was necessary to fall back on the different states of feminine life. The virgin, the beloved, the bride, the woman newly married, the woman with child. And here the sensual note reappears, to which we referred above. In lamenting the frailty of the lives of women, it is still the briefness of joy that is deplored, and with the grave tone of the memento mori is mixed the regret for lost beauty. Nothing betrays more clearly the excessive fear of death felt in the Middle Ages than the popular belief, then widely spread, according to which Lazarus, after his resurrection, lived in continual misery and horror at the thought that he should have again to pass through the gate of death. If the just had so much to fear, how could the sinner soothe himself? And then what motif was more poignant than the calling up of the agony of death? It appeared under two traditional forms, the ars moriendi and the cator hominum novissima, that is, the 4 last experiences awaiting a man, of which death was the first. These two subjects were largely propagated in the 15th century by the printing press and by engravings. The art of dying, as well as the last 4 things, comprised a description of the agony of death, in which it is easy to recognize a model supplied by the ecclesiastical literature of former centuries. Chastelain, in a long-winded poem, La Part de la Mort, has assembled all the above motifs. He gives successively the image of putrefaction, the lament, "Where are the great ones of the earth?" an outline of the death dance, and the art of dying. Being prolix and heavy, he needs a great many lines to express what Villon presents in half a stanza, but in comparing them we recognize their common model. Chastelain writes, "Il n'a membre ne facture qui ne sent sa pourrecture, avant que l'esprit soit heureux, le cœur qui veut crevier au cœur, Paul se soulève la poitrine, qui se veut joindre à son échine. La face éteinte et pâlie, et les yeux très liés en la tête. La parole lui effrayait, car la langue au palais se liait. Les pouls tressaut et s'y allaient. Les os déjointant à tous les. Ils n'en eurent qu'au rompre ne tendent. Footnote. There is not a limb nor a form which does not smell of putrefaction. Before the soul is outside, the heart of which wants to burst in the body raises and lifts the chest, which nearly touches the backbone. The face is discolored and pale, and the eyes veiled in the head. Speech fails him, for the tongue cleaves to the palate. The pulse trembles, and he pants. The bones are disjointed on all sides. There is not a tendon which does not stretch as to burst. End footnote. And Villon, la mort le fait frémir, pâlir, le nez courber, le vin tendre, les crocs l'enflèrent, la chair moillir, joints et nerfs, croissent très tendre. Footnote. Death makes him shudder and turn pale, the nose to curve, the veins to swell, the neck to inflate, the flesh to soften, joints and tendons to grow and swell. End footnote. And again the sensual thought mingles with it. Cœur féminin, qui tant est tendre, poli, suif, si précieux, te faudra il et mon attendre. Œil, ou tout vif à l'air essier. Footnote. O female body, which is so soft, smooth, suave, precious, do these evils await you? Yes, or you must go to heaven quite alive. End footnote. Nowhere else were all the images tending to evoke the horror of death assembled so strikingly as in the churchyard of the Innocents at Paris. There, the medieval soul, fond of a religious shudder, could take its fill of the horrible. Above all other saints, the remembrance of the saints of that spot, and of their bloody and pitiful martyrdom, was fitted to awake the crude compassion which was dear to the epoch. The 15th century honored the holy innocents with a special veneration. Louis XI presented to the church a whole innocent encased in a crystal shrine. The cemetery was preferred to every other place of burial. A bishop of Paris had a little of the earth of the churchyard of the Innocents put into his grave, as he could not be laid there. The poor and the rich were interred without distinction. They did not rest there long, for the cemetery was used so much, 20 parishes having a right of burial there, that it was necessary, in order to make room, to dig up the bones and sell the tombstones after a very short time. It was believed that in this earth a human body was decomposed to the bone in 9 days. Skulls and bones were heaped up in charnel houses along the cloisters, enclosing the ground on 3 sides, and lay there open to the eye by thousands, preaching to all the lesson of equality. The noble Boussisot, among others, had contributed to this construction of these fine charnel houses. Under the cloisters, the death dance exhibited its images and its stanzas. No place was better suited to the simian figure of grinning death, dragging along pope and emperor, monk and fool. The Duke of Berry, who wished to be buried there, had the history of the 3 dead and the 3 living men carved at the portal of the church. A century later, this exhibition of funeral symbols was completed by a large statue of death, now in the Louvre, and the only remnant of it all. Such was the place which the Parisians of the 15th century frequented as a sort of lugubrious counterpart of the Palais Royal of 1789. Day after day, crowds of people walked under the cloisters, looking at the figures and reading the simple verses which reminded them of the approaching end. In spite of the incessant burials and exhumations going on there, it was a public lounge and a rendezvous. Shops were established before the charnel houses, and prostitutes strolled under the cloisters. A female recluse was immured on one of the sides of the church. Friars came to preach, and processions were drawn up there. A procession of children only, 12,500 strong, thinks the burgher of Paris,
assembled there with tapers in their hands to carry an innocent to Notre Dame and back to the churchyard. Even feasts were given there. To such an extent had the horrible become familiar. The desire to invent a visible image of all that appertained to death entailed the neglecting of all those aspects of it which were not suited to direct representation. Thus the cruder conceptions of death, and these only, impressed themselves continually on the minds. The macabre vision does not represent the emotions of tenderness or of consolation. The elegiac note is wanting altogether. At bottom, the macabre sentiment is self-seeking and earthly. It is hardly the absence of the departed dear ones that is deplored. It is the fear of one's own death, and this only, seen as the worst of evils. Neither the conception of death, the consoler, nor that of rest long wished for, of the end of suffering, of the task performed or interrupted, have a share in the funeral sentiment of that epoch. The soul of the Middle Ages did not know the divine depth of sorrow, or rather it knew it only in connection with the passion of Christ. In all these somber lamentations about death, the accents of true tenderness are extremely rare. They could, however, hardly be wanting in relation to the death of children. And indeed, Marshal d'Auvergne, in his Death Dance of Women, makes the little girl, when led away by death, say to her mother, "Take good care of my doll, my knuckle bones, and my fine dress." But this touching note is only heard exceptionally. The literature of the epoch knew child life so little. When Antoine de La Salle, in Le Réconfort de Madame Dufresne, wishes to console a mother for the death of her 12-year-old son, he can think of nothing better than citing a still more cruel loss, the heart-rending case of a boy given as a hostage and put to death. To overcome grief, the only advice he can offer is to abstain from all earthly attachments, a doctrinaire and dry consolation. La Salle, however, adds a second short story. It is a version of the popular tale of the dead child who came back to beg its mother to weep no more that its shroud might be dry, and here suddenly from this simple story, not of his own invention, there arises a poetical tenderness and beneficent wisdom which we look for in vain in the thousands of voices repeating in various tones the awful memento mori. Folktale and folk song, no doubt, in these ages preserved many sentiments which higher literature hardly knew. The dominant thought, as expressed in the literature, both ecclesiastical and lay, of that period, hardly knew anything with regard to death but these two extremes: lamentation about the briefness of all earthly glory, and jubilation over the salvation of the soul. All that lay between, pity, resignation, longing, consolation, remained unexpressed, and was, so to say, absorbed by the too much accentuated and too vivid representation of death, hideous and threatening. Living emotion stiffens amid the abused imagery of skeletons and worms. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Joyce Mack. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederick Jan Hopman. Religious Thought Crystallizing into Images, Part 1. Towards the end of the Middle Ages, two factors dominate religious life: the extreme saturation of the religious atmosphere and a marked tendency of thought to embody itself in images. Individual and social life, in all their manifestations, are imbued with the conceptions of faith. There is not an object nor an action, however trivial, that is not constantly correlated with Christ or salvation. All thinking tends to religious interpretation of individual things. There is an enormous unfolding of religion in daily life. This spiritual wakefulness, however, results in a dangerous state of tension. for the presupposed transcendental feelings are sometimes dormant, and whenever this is the case, all that is meant to stimulate spiritual consciousness is reduced to appalling commonplace profanity, to a startling worldliness in otherworldly guise. Only saints are capable of an attitude of mind in which the transcendental faculties are never in abeyance. The spirit of the Middle Ages, still plastic and naive, longs to give concrete shape to every conception. Every thought seeks expression in an image, but in this image it solidifies and becomes rigid. By this tendency to embodiment in visible forms, all holy concepts are constantly exposed to the danger of hardening into mere externalism. For in assuming a definite figurative shape, thought loses its ethereal and vague qualities, and pious feeling is apt to resolve itself in the image. Even in the case of a sublime mystic like Henry Suso, the craving for hallowing every action of daily life verges in our eyes on the ridiculous. He is sublime when, following the usages of profane love, he celebrates New Year's Day and May Day by offering a wreath and a song to his betrothed, eternal wisdom. Or when, out of reverence for the Holy Virgin, he renders homage to all womankind and walks in the mud to let a beggar woman pass. But what are we to think of what follows? At table, Suso eats 3/4 of an apple in the name of the Trinity, and the remaining quarter in commemoration of the love with which the Heavenly Mother gave her tender child Jesus an apple to eat. And for this reason he eats the last quarter with a paring, as little boys do not peel their apples. After Christmas, he does not eat it, for then the infant Jesus was too young to eat apples. He drinks in 5 draughts because of the 5 wounds of the Lord, but as blood and water flowed from the side of Christ, he takes his last draught twice. That is indeed pushing the sanctification of life to extremes. In so far as it concerns individual piety, this tendency to apply religious conceptions to all things and at all times is a deep source of saintly life. As a cultural phenomenon, the same tendency harbors grave dangers. Religion penetrating all relations in life means a constant blending of the spheres of holy and of profane thought. Holy things will become too common to be deeply felt. The endless growth of observances, images, religious interpretations signifies an augmentation in quantity at which serious divines grew alarmed, as they feared the quality would deteriorate proportionately. The warning with which we find in all reformist writings of the time of the schism and of the councils is, the Church is being overloaded. Pierre Dailly, in condemning the novelties which were incessantly introduced into the liturgy and the sphere of belief, is less concerned about the piety of their character than about the steady increase itself. The signs of the ever-ready divine grace multiplied endlessly. A host of special benedictions sprang up side by side with the sacraments. In addition to relics we find amulets. The bizarre gallery of saints became ever more numerous and variegated. However emphatically divines insisted upon the difference between sacraments and sacramentalia, the people would still confound them. Gerson talks how he met a man at Auxerre who maintained that All Fools' Days was as sacred as the day of the Virgin's conception. Nicolas de Clemanges wrote a treatise, De Novis Festivitatibus non instituendis, in which he denounced the apocryphal nature of some among these new institutions. Pierre Dailly, in De Reformatione, deplores the ever-increasing number of churches, of festivals, of saints, of holy days. He protests against the multitude of images and paintings, the prolixity of the service, against the introduction of new hymns and prayers, against the augmentation of vigils and fasts. In short, what alarms him is the evil of superfluity. There are too many religious orders, says Dailly, and this leads to a diversity of usages, to exclusiveness and rivalry, to pride and vanity. In particular, he desired to impose restrictions on the mendicant orders, whose social utility he questions. They live to the detriment of the inmates of leper-houses and hospitals, and other really poor and wretched people, who are truly entitled to beg. Let the sellers of these indulgences be banished from the church, which they soil with their lies and make ridiculous. Convents are built on all sides, but sufficient funds are lacking. Where is this to lead? Pierre Dailly does not question the holy and pious character of all these practices in themselves. He only deplores their endless multiplication. he sees the church weighed down under the load of particulars. Religious customs tend to multiply in an almost mechanical way. A special office was instituted for every detail of the worship of the Virgin Mary. There were particular masses, afterwards abolished by the Church, in honor of the piety of Mary, of her 7 sorrows, of all her festivals taken collectively, of her sisters, the 2 other Marys, of the Archangel Gabriel, of all the saints of our Lord's genealogy. A curious example of this spontaneous accretion of religious usage is found in the weekly observance of Innocence Day. The 28th of December, the day of the massacre at Bethlehem, was taken to be ill-omened. This belief was the origin of a custom, widely spread during the 15th century, of considering as a black-letter day all the year through the day of the week on which the preceding Innocence Day fell. Consequently, there was one day in every week on which people abstained from setting out upon a journey and beginning a new task, and this day was called Innocence Day, like the festival itself. Louis XI observed this usage scrupulously. The coronation of Edward IV of England was repeated, as it had taken place on a Sunday, because the 28th of December of the previous year had been a Sunday too. René de Lorraine had to give up his plan of fighting a battle on the 17th of October, 1476, as his lansquenets refused to encounter the enemy on Innocence Day. This belief, of which we find some traces appearing in England as late as the 18th century, called forth a treatise from Gerson against superstition in general. His penetrating mind had realized some of the danger with which these excrescences of the creed menaced the purity of religious thought. He was aware of their psychological basis. According to him, these beliefs proceeded ex sola hominum fantasione e melancholia imaginatione. It is a disorder of the imagination caused by some lesion of the brain, which in its turn is due to diabolic illusions. The Church was constantly on her guard lest dogmatic truth should be confounded with this mass of facile beliefs, and lest the exuberance of popular fancy should degrade God. But was she able to stand against the strong need of giving a concrete form to all the emotions accompanying religious thought? It was an irresistible tendency to reduce the infinite to the finite, to disintegrate all mystery. The highest mysteries of the creed became covered with a crust of superficial piety. Even the profound faith in the Eucharist expands into childish beliefs. For instance, that one cannot go blind or have a stroke or apoplexy on a day on which one has heard Mass, or that one does not grow older during the time spent in attending Mass. While herself offering so much food to the popular imagination, the Church could not claim to keep that imagination within the limits of a healthy and vigorous piety. In this respect, the case of Gerson is characteristic. He composed a treatise, Contra Vanum Curiositatem, by which he means the spirit of research which desires to scrutinize the secrets of nature. But whilst protesting against it, he himself becomes guilty of a curiosity which to us seems out of place and deplorable. Gerson was the great promoter of the adoration of Saint Joseph. His veneration for this saint makes him desirous of learning all that concerns him. He writes out all particulars of the married life of Joseph, his continence, his age, the way in which he learned of the Virgin's pregnancy. He is indignant at the caricature of a drudging and ridiculous Joseph, which the arts were inclined to make of him. In another passage, Gerson indulges in a speculation on the bodily constitution of St. John the Baptist. Semen iguiter materiale, ex qua corpus companinandum erat, nec durum nimis, nec rursus, fluidum abundantius fuit. Whether the Virgin had taken an active part in the supernatural conception, or again, whether the body of Christ would have decomposed, if it had not been for the resurrection, were what the popular preacher Oliver Maillard called beautiful theological questions to discuss before his auditors. The mixture of theological and embryological speculation to which the controversy about the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin gave rise shocked the minds of that period so little that grave divines did not scruple to treat the subject from the pulpit. This familiarity with sacred things is, on the one hand, a sign of deep and ingenuous faith. On the other, it entails irreverence whenever mental contact with the infinite fails. Curiosity, ingenious though it may be, leads to profanation. In the 15th century, people used to keep statuettes of the Virgin, of which the body opened and showed the Trinity within. The inventory of the treasure of the Dukes of Burgundy makes mention of one made of gold inlaid with gems. Gerson saw one in the Carmelite monastery at Paris. He blames the brethren for it, not, however, because such a coarse picture of the miracle shocked him as irreverent, but because of the heresy of presenting the Trinity as the fruit of Mary. All life was saturated with religion to such an extent that the people were in constant danger of losing sight of the distinction between things spiritual and things temporal. If, on the one hand, all details of ordinary life may be raised to a sacred level, on the other hand, all that is holy sinks to the commonplace by the fact of being blended with everyday life. In the Middle Ages, the demarcation of the sphere of religious thought and that of worldly concerns was nearly obliterated. It occasionally happened that indulgences figured among the prizes of a lottery. When a prince was making a solemn entry, the altars at the corners of the streets, loaded with the precious reliquaries of the town and served by prelates, might be seen alternating with dumb shows of pagan goddesses or comic allegories. Nothing is more characteristic in this respect than the fact that there are hardly any difference between the musical character of profane and sacred melodies. Till late in the 16th century, profane melodies might be used indiscriminately for sacred use, and sacred for profane. It is notorious that Guillaume Dufay and others composed masses to the theme of love songs, such as Tant je me déduis, Sur la face à pale, L'homme aimé. There was a constant interchange of religious and profane terms. No one felt offended by hearing the day of judgment compared to a settling of accounts, as in the verses formerly written over the door of the audit office at Lille. Leur ouvrira, au son de brisine, sa générale et grande chambre des comptes. A tournament, on the other hand, is called les armes grandissimes pardon, the great indulgence conferred by arms, as if it were a pilgrimage. By a chance coincidence, the words mysterium and ministerium were blended in French into the form mystère, and this homonymy must have helped to efface the true sense of the word mystery in everyday parlance, because even the most commonplace things might be called mystère. While religious symbolism represented the realities of nature and history as symbols or emblems of salvation, on the other hand, religious metaphors were borrowed to express profane sentiments. People in the Middle Ages, standing in awe of royalty, do not shrink from using the language of adoration in praising princes. In the lawsuit about the murder of Louis of Orleans, the counsel for the defense makes the shade of the Duke say to his son, "Look at my wounds and observe that 5 of them are particularly cruel and mortal." The Bishop of Chalon, Jean Germain, in his Liber de Virtutibus Philippi Duis Burgundiae, in his turn does not scruple to compare the victim of Montereau to the lamb. The Emperor Frederick III, when sending his son Maximilian to the Low Countries to marry Mary of Burgundy, is compared by Molinet to God the Father. The same author makes the people of Brussels say, when they wept with tenderness on seeing the Emperor entering the town with Maximilian and Philip le Beau, "Behold the image of the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." He offers a wreath of flowers to Mary of Burgundy, a worthy image of Our Lady, s'écluse la virginité. Non point que je veuille défier les princes, Molinet adds. Although we may consider such formulae of adultation empty phrases, they show none the less the depreciation of sacred imagery resulting from its hackneyed use. We can hardly blame a court poet when Gerson himself ascribes to the royal auditors of his sermons guardian angels of a higher rank in the celestial hierarchy than those of other men. The step from familiarity to irreverence is taken when religious terms are applied to erotic relations. The subject has been dealt with above. The author of the 15 Joies de Mariage chose his title to accord with the joys of the Virgin. The defender of the Roman de la Rose used sacred terms to designate the partes corporis inhonestas et peccata immunata ate turpia. No instance of this dangerous association of religious with amatory sentiments could be more striking than the Madonna ascribed to Fouquet, making part of a diptych which was formerly preserved at Milan and is now partly at Antwerp and partly at Berlin. Antwerp possessing the Madonna, and Berlin the panel representing the donor, Etienne Chevalier, the king's treasurer, together with Saint Stephen. In the 17th century, Denis Godefroy noted down a tradition, then already old, according to which the Madonna had the features of Agnes Sorel, the royal mistress, for whom Chevalier felt a passion that he did not trouble to conceal. However this may be, the Madonna is, in fact, represented here according to the canons of contemporary fashion. There is the bulging shaven forehead, the rounded breasts, placed high and wide apart, the high and slender waist, the bizarre inscrutable expression of the Madonna's face, the red and blue cherubim surrounding her, all contribute to giving this painting an air of decadent impiety in spite of the stalwart figure of the donor. Godefroy observed on the large frame of blue velvet ease done in pearls linked by love knots of gold and silver thread. There is a flavor of blasphemous boldness about the whole, unsurpassed by any artist of the Renaissance. The irreverence of daily religious practice was almost unbounded. Choristers, when chanting Mass, did not scruple to sing the words of the profane songs that had served as a theme for the composition, Baisez-moi Rouge-nez. A startling piece of impudence is recorded of the father of the Frisian humanist Rodolphe Agricola, who received the news that his concubine had given birth to a son on the very day when he was elected abbot. "Today I have twice become a father. God's blessing on it," said he. At the end of the 14th century, people took the increasing irreverence to be an evil of recent date, which indeed is a common phenomenon at all times. Deschamps deplores it in the following lines. On se loit estre ou temps passé, en église béniment, à genoux en humilité, délai l'auteuil moule closement, tout nu le chef pieusement, mais aujourd'hui, si comme best, on vient à l'auteuil, bien souvent, chaperon et chapelle en test. Footnote. In bygone times, people used to be gentle in church, on their knees in humility close beside the altar, with meekly uncovered head, but at present, like beasts, they too often come to the altar with hood and hat on their heads. End footnote. On festal days, says Nicolas de Clément, few people go to Mass. They do not stay till the end, and are content with touching the holy water, bowing before Our Lady, or kissing the image of some saint. If they wait for the elevation of the host, they pride themselves upon it, as if they had conferred a benefit on Christ. At matins and vespers, the priest and his assistant are the only ones present. The squire of the village makes the priest wait to begin Mass till he and his wife have risen and dressed. The most sacred festivals, even Christmas night, says Gerson, are passed in debauchery, playing at cards, swearing, and blaspheming. When the people are admonished, they plead the example of the nobility and the clergy, who behave in like manner with impunity. Vigils likewise, says Clément, are kept with lascivious songs and dances, even in church. Priests set the example by dicing as they watch. It may be said that moralists paint things in too dark colors, but in the accounts of Strasbourg we find a yearly gift of 1,100 liters of wine granted by the council to those who watched in prayer in church during the night of St. Adolphus. Denis the Carthusian wrote a treatise De Modo Agenti Processionis at the request of an alderman, who asked him how one might remedy the dissoluteness and debauchery to which the annual procession, in which a greatly venerated relic was borne, gave rise. "How are we to put a stop to this?" asked the alderman. "You may be sure that the town council will not easily be persuaded to abolish it, for the procession brings large profits to the town, because of all the people who have to be fed and lodged. Besides, custom will have it so." "Alas, yes," sighs Denis. He knows too well how processions were disgraced by ribaldry, mockery, and drinking. A most vivid picture of this evil is found in Castellani's description of the degradation into which the procession of the citizens of Ghent, with the shrine of Saint Liévin to house them, had fallen. Formerly, he says, the notabilities were in the habit of carrying the holy body with great and deep solemnity and reverence. At present there is only a mob of roughs, and boys of bad character. They carry it singing and yelling, with 100,000 jibes, and are all drunk. They are armed, and commit many offences where they pass. as if they were let loose and unchained. That day everything appears to be given up to them under the pretext of the body they carry. We have already mentioned how much disturbance was caused during church services by people vying with each other in politeness. The usage of making a trysting place of the church by young men and young women was so universal that only moralists were scandalized by it. The virtuous Christine de Pizan makes a lover say in all simplicity, "Ce souvent va ou moutrier, c'est tout pour voir la belle, fraîche comme rose nouvelle." Footnote. If I often go to church, it is all for seeing the fair one, fresh as a new-blown rose. End of footnote. The church suffered more serious profanation than the little love services of a young man who offered his fair one the pax or knelt by her side. According to the preacher Minot, prostitutes had the effrontery to come there in search of customers. Gerson tells that even in the churches and on festival days, obscene pictures were sold tanquatum idola bahor, which corrupted the young, while sermons were ineffective to remedy this evil. As to pilgrimages, moralists and satirists are of one mind. People often go pour folle plaisance. The Chevalier de la Tour-Landry naively classes them with the profane pleasures, and he entitles one of his chapters of those who are fond of going to jousts and on pilgrimages. On festival days, exclaims Nicolas de Clemage, people go to visit distant churches, not so much to redeem a pledge of pilgrimage as to give themselves up to pleasure. Pilgrimages are the occasions of all kinds of debauchery. Procuresses are always found there. People come for amorous purposes. It is a common incident in the Quinze Jours de Mariage. The young wife, who wants a change, makes her husband believe that the baby is ill, because she has not yet accomplished her vow of pilgrimage made during her confinement. The marriage of Charles VI with Isabella of Bavaria was preceded by a pilgrimage. It is far more surprising that the serious followers of the Devotio Moderna called the utility of pilgrimages in question. Those who often go on pilgrimages, says Thomas à Kempis, rarely become saints. One of his friends, Frederick of Halo, wrote a special treatise, Contra Perigeriantis. The excesses and abuses resulting from an extreme familiarity with things holy, as well as the insolent mingling of pleasure with religion, are generally characteristic of periods of shaken faith and of deeply religious culture. The same people who in their daily life mechanically follow the routine of a rather degraded sort of worship will be capable of rising suddenly, at the ardent word of a preaching monk, to unparalleled heights of a religious emotion. Even the stupid sin of blasphemy has its roots in a profound faith. It is a sort of perverted act of faith, affirming the omnipresence of God and his intervention in the minutest concerns. Only the idea of really daring heaven gives blasphemy its sinful charm. As soon as the oath loses its character of an invocation of God, the habit of swearing changes its nature and becomes mere coarseness. At the end of the Middle Ages, blasphemy is a sort of a daring diversion which belongs to the nobility. What, says the nobleman to the peasant in a treatise by Gerson, you give your soul to the devil, you deny God without being noble? Deschamps, on his part, notices that the habit of swearing tends to descend to people of low estate. Si chétif n'y a qui ne dit, je renie Dieu et sa mère. Footnote. There is none so mean but says, I deny God and his mother. End of footnote. People make a pastime of coining new and ingenious oaths, says Gerson. He who excels in this impious art is honored as a master. Deschamps tells us that all France swore first after the Gascon and the English fashion, next after the Breton, and finally after the Burgundian. He composed 2 ballads in succession, made up of all the oaths that in vogue strung together, and ended with a pious phrase. The Burgundian oath was the worst of all. It was Je renie Dieu, I deny God, which is softened down to Je renie des bottes, boots. The Burgundians had the reputation of being abominable swearers. For the rest, says Gerson, the whole of France, for all her Christianity, suffers more than any other country from the effects of this horrible sin, which causes pestilence, war, and famine. Even monks were guilty of mild swearing. Gerson and Leni expressly call upon the authorities to combat the evil by renewing the strict regulations everywhere, but imposing light penalties which may be really exacted. And a royal decree in 1397, in fact, re-established the old ones of 1269 and 1347, but unfortunately also renewed the old penalties of lip-slitting and cutting out of tongues, which bore witness, it is true, to a holy horror of blasphemy, but which it was not possible to enforce. In the margin of the register containing the ordinance, someone has noted, at present, 1411, all these oaths are in general use throughout the kingdom without being punished. Gerson, with his long experience as a confessor, knew the psychological nature of the sin of blasphemy very well. On the one hand, he says, there are the habitual swearers, who, though culpable, are not perjurers, as it is not their intention to take an oath. On the other, we find young men of a pure and simple nature, who are irresistibly tempted to blaspheme and to deny God. Their case reminds us of John Bunyan's, whose disease took the form of a propensity to utter blasphemy, and especially to renounce his share in the benefits of the redemption. Gerson counsels these young men to give themselves up less to the contemplation of God and the saints, as they lack the mental strength required. It is impossible to draw the line of demarcation between an ingenuous familiarity and conscious infidelity. As early as the 15th century, people liked to show themselves esprit fort and to deride piety in others. The word papelard, meaning a hypocrite, was in frequent use with lay writers of the time. De jeune Anglo vieux diable. A young saint makes an old devil, said the proverb, or in solemn Latin meter, Angelicus juventus senibus sethanciat in annis. It is by such sayings, Gerson explains, that youth is perverted. A brazen face, scurrilous language, and curses, immodest looks and gestures, are praised in children. Well, what is to be expected in old age of a sathanizing youth? The people, he says, do not know how to steer a middle course between overt unbelief and the foolish credulity of which the clergy themselves set the example. They give credence to all revelations and prophecies, which are often but fancies of diseased people or lunatics. And yet when a serious divine, who has been honored by genuine revelations, is occasionally mistaken, he is called impostor and papelard, and the people henceforth refuse to listen to any divine, because all are considered hypocrites. We not unfrequently find individual expressions of avowed unbelief. Beaux seigneurs, says Captain Betissac to his comrades when about to die, I have attended to my spiritual concerns, and in my conscience I believe I have greatly angered God, having for a long time already erred against the faith. And I cannot believe a word about the Trinity, nor that the Son of God has humbled himself to such an extent as to come down from heaven into the carnal body of a woman. And I believe and say that when we die there is no such thing as a soul. I have held this opinion ever since I became self-conscious, and I shall hold it to the end. The Provost of Paris, Hugh Aubriot, is a violent hater of the clergy. He does not believe in the sacrament of the altar. He makes a mock of it. He does not keep Easter. He does not go to confession. Jacques Duclerc relates that several noblemen, in full possession of their faculties, refused extreme unction. Perhaps we should regard these isolated cases of unbelief less as willful heresy than as a spontaneous reaction against the incessant and pressing call of the faith, arising from a culture overcharged with religious images and concepts. In any case, they should not be confounded either with the literary and superficial paganism of the Renaissance, nor with the prudent Epicureanism of some aristocratic circles from the 13th century downward, nor, above all, with the passionate negation of ignorant heretics who had passed the boundary line between mysticism and pantheism. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederick Jan Hopman. Religious Thought Crystallizing into Images, Part 2. We not infrequently find individual expressions of avowed unbelief. Beaux seigneurs, says Captain Betesac to his comrades when about to die, I have attended to my spiritual concerns, and, in my conscience, I believe I have greatly angered God, having for a long time already erred against the faith, and I cannot believe a word about the Trinity, nor that the Son of God has humbled himself to such an extent as to come down from heaven into the carnal body of a woman, and I believe and say that when we die there is no such thing as a soul. I have held this opinion ever since I became self-conscious, and I shall hold it till the end. The Provost of Paris, Hugh Habriot, is a violent hater of the clergy. He does not believe in the sacrament of the altar. He makes a mock of it. He does not keep Easter. He does not go to confession. Jacques de Clercq relates that several noblemen, in full possession of their faculties, refused extreme unction. Perhaps we should regard these isolated cases of unbelief less as willful heresy than as a spontaneous reaction against the incessant and pressing call of the faith, arising from a culture overcharged with religious images and concepts. In any case, they should not be confounded either with the literary and superficial paganism of the Renaissance, nor with the prudent Epicureanism of some aristocratic circles from the 13th century downward, nor, above all, with the passionate negation of ignorant heretics who had passed the boundary line between mysticism and pantheism. The naive religious conscience of the multitude had no need of intellectual proofs in matters of faith. The mere presence of a visible image of things holy sufficed to establish their truth. No doubts intervened between the sight of all those pictures and statues, the persons of the Trinity, the flames of hell, the innumerable saints, and belief in their reality. All these conceptions became matters of faith in the most direct manner. They passed straight from the state of images to that of convictions, taking root in the mind as pictures clearly outlined and vividly colored, possessing all the reality claimed for them by the Church, and even a little more. Now, when faith is too directly connected with a pictured representation of doctrine, it runs the risk of no longer making qualitative distinctions between the nature and the degree of sanctity of the different elements of religion. The image by itself does not teach the faithful that one should adore God and only venerate the saints. Its psychological function is limited to creating a deep conviction of reality and a lively feeling of respect. It therefore became the task of the Church to warn incessantly against want of discrimination in this respect, and to preserve the purity of doctrine by explaining precisely what the image stood for. In no other sphere was the danger of luxuriance of religious thought caused by a vivid imagination more obvious. Now, the Church did not fail to teach that all honors rendered to the saints, to relics, to holy places, should have God for their object. Although the prohibition of images in the second commandment of the Decalogue was abrogated by the New Law, or limited to God the Father alone, the Church proposed, nevertheless, to maintain intact the principle of non adorabis inique coles. Images were only meant to show simple-minded people what to believe. They are the books of the illiterate, says Clemanges, a thought which Villon has expressed in the touching lines which he puts into his mother's mouth. In translation, I am a poor old woman who knows nothing. I never could read. In my parish church, I see paradise painted where are harps and lutes, and a hell where the damned are boiled. The one frightens me, the other brings joy and mirth. The medieval church was, however, rather heedless of the danger of a deteriorating of the faith caused by the popular imagination roaming unchecked in the sphere of hagiology. An abundance of pictorial fancy, after all, furnished to the simple mind quite as much matter for deviating from pure doctrine as any personal interpretation of Holy Scripture. It is remarkable that the Church, so scrupulous in dogmatic matters, should have been so confiding and indulgent towards those who, sinning out of ignorance, rendered more homage to images than was lawful. It suffices, says Gerson, that they meant to do as the Church requires. Thus, towards the end of the Middle Ages, an ultra-realistic conception of all that related to the saints may be noticed in the popular faith. The saints had become so real and such familiar characters of current religion that they became bound up with all the more superficial religious impulses. While profound devotion still centered on Christ and his mother, quite a host of artless beliefs and fancies clustered about the saints. Everything contributed to make them familiar and lifelike. They were dressed like the people themselves. Every day one met Messieurs Saint Roche and Saint James in the persons of living plague patients and pilgrims. Down to the Renaissance, the costume of the saints always followed the fashion of the times. Only then did sacred art, by arraying the saints in classical draperies, withdraw them from the popular imagination and place them in a sphere where the fancy of the multitude could no longer contaminate the doctrine in its purity. The distinctly corporeal conception of the saints was accentuated by the veneration of their relics, not only permitted by the Church, but forming an integral part of religion. It was inevitable that this pious attachment to material things should draw all hagiolatry into a sphere of crude and primitive ideas and lead to surprising extremes. In the matter of relics, the deep and straightforward faith of the Middle Ages was never afraid of disillusionment or profanation through handling holy things coarsely. The spirit of the 15th century did not differ much from that of the Umbrian peasants who, about the year 1000, wished to kill St. Romuald, the hermit, in order to make sure of his precious bones, or of the monks of Fossa Nuova, who, after St. Thomas Aquinas had died in their monastery, in their fear of losing the relic, did not shrink from decapitating, boiling, and preserving the body. During the lying in state of St. Elizabeth of Hungary in 1231, a crowd of worshippers came and cut, or tore, strips of the linen enveloping her face. They cut off the hair, the nails, even the nipples. In 1392, King Charles VI of France, on the occasion of a solemn feast, was seen to distribute ribs of his ancestor, St. Louis, Saint Louis, to Pierre Daly, and to his uncles Berry and Burgundy he gave entire ribs. To the prelates one bone to divide between them, which they proceeded to do after the meal. It may well be that this too corporeal and familiar aspect, this too clearly outlined shape of the saints has been the very reason why they occupy so little space in the sphere of visions and supernatural experience. The whole domain of ghost-seeing, signs, specters, and apparitions, so crowded in the Middle Ages, lies mainly apart from the veneration of the saints. Of course, there are exceptions, as St. Michael, St. Catherine, and St. Margaret appearing to Joan of Arc, and other instances might be added. But generally speaking, popular phantasmagoria is full of angels, devils, shades of the dead, white women, but not of saints. Stories of apparitions of particular saints are, as a rule, suspect of having already undergone some ecclesiastical or literary interpretation. To the agitated beholder, a phantom has no name and hardly a shape. In the famous vision of Frankenthal, in 1446, the young shepherd sees 14 cherubim, all alike, who tell him they are the 14 holy martyrs to whom Christian iconography attributed such distinct and marked appearances. Where a primitive superstition does not attach to the veneration of some saint, it retains something of the vague and formless character that is essential to superstition. As in the case of St. Bertulf at Ghent, who can be heard rapping the sides of his coffin in St. Peter's Abbey, very frequently and very loudly, as a warning of impending calamity. The saint, with his clearly outlined figure, his well-known attributes and features, as they were painted or carved in the churches, was wholly lacking in mystery. He did not inspire terror, as do vague phantoms and the haunting unknown. The dread of the supernatural is due to the undefined character of its phenomena. As soon as they assume a clear-cut shape, they are no longer horrible. The familiar figures of the saints produced some sort of reassuring effect, as the sight of a policeman in a foreign city. The complex of ideas connected with the saints constituted, so to say, a neutral zone of calm and domestic piety between the ecstasy of contemplation and of the love of Christ on the one hand, and the horrors of demonomania on the other. It is perhaps not too bold to assert that the veneration of the saints, by draining off an overflow of religious effusion and holy fear, acted on the exuberant piety of the Middle Ages as a salutary sedative. The veneration of the saints has its place among the more outward manifestations of faith. It is subject to the influences of popular fancy rather than that of theology, and they sometimes deprive it of its dignity. The special cult of Saint Joseph, toward the end of the Middle Ages, is characteristic in this respect. It may be looked upon as the counterpart of the passionate adoration of the Virgin. The curiosity with which Joseph was regarded is a sort of reaction from the fervent cult of Mary. The figure of the Virgin is exalted more and more, and that of Joseph becomes more and more of a caricature. Art portrays him as a clown dressed in rags. As such, he appears in the diptych by Melchior Brodellam at Dijon. Literature, which is always more explicit than the graphic arts, achieves the feat of making him altogether ridiculous. Instead of admiring Joseph as the man most highly favored of all, Deschamps represents him as the type of the drudging husband. In translation, "You who serve as wife and children always bear Joseph in mind. He served his wife gloomily and mournfully, and he guarded Jesus Christ in his infancy. He went on foot, with his bundle slung on his staff. In several places he is pictured thus, beside a mule to give them pleasure, and so he never had any amusement in this world." And again, still more grossly, "What poverty Joseph suffered, what hardships, what misery, when God was born! Many a time he has carried him, and placed him, in his goodness, with his mother too, on his mule, and took them with him. I saw him painted thus. He went into Egypt. The good man is painted quite exhausted, and dressed in a frock and a striped garment, a stick across his shoulder, old, spent, and broken. For him there was no amusement in this world. But of him people say, 'That is Joseph, the fool.'" This shows how familiarity led to irreverence of thought. Saint Joseph remained a comic type, in spite of the very special reverence paid to him. Dr. Eck, Luther's adversary, had to insist that he should not be brought on the stage, or at least that he should not be made to cook the porridge. Ne ecclesia die irridaretur. The union of Joseph and Mary always remained the object of deplorable curiosity, in which profane speculation mingled with sincere piety. The Chevalier de la Tour-Landry, a man of prosaic mind, explains it to himself in the following manner, in translation: "God wished that she should marry that saintly man Joseph, who was old and upright, for God wished to be born in wedlock, to comply with the current legal requirements, to avoid gossip." An unpublished work of the 15th century represents the mystic marriage of the soul with a celestial spouse as if it were a middle-class wedding. "If it pleases you," says Jesus to the Father, "I shall marry, and shall have a large bevy of children and relations." The Father fears a misalliance, but the angel succeeds in persuading him that the betrothed elect is worthy of the Son, on which the Father gives his consent in these terms, in translation: "Take her, for she is pleasing, and fit to love her sweet bridegroom. Now take plenty of our possessions, and give them to her in abundance." There is no doubt of the seriously devout intention of this treatise. It is only an instance of the degree of triviality entailed by unbridled exuberance of fancy. Every saint, by the possession of a distinct and vivid outward shape, had his own marked individuality, quite contrary to the angels, who, with the exception of the 3 famous archangels, required no definite appearance. This individual character of each saint was still more strongly accentuated by the special functions attributed to many of them. Now, this specialization of the kind of aid given by the various saints was apt to introduce a mechanical element into the veneration paid to them. If, for instance, Saint Roch is especially invoked against the plague, almost inevitably, too much stress came to be laid on his part in the healing, and the idea, required by sound doctrine, that the saint wrought the cure only by means of his intercession with God, came in danger of being lost sight of. This was especially so in the case of the holy martyrs, whose number is usually given as 14, and sometimes as 5, 8, 10, 15. Their veneration arose and spread towards the end of the Middle Ages. In translation, there are 5 saints in the genealogy, and 5 female saints, to whom God granted benignantly, at the end of their lives, that whoever shall invoke their help with all his heart in all dangers, that he will hear their prayers in all disorders whatsoever. He therefore is wise, who serves these 5, George, Denis, Christopher, Giles, and Blaise. The Church had sanctioned the popular belief expressed by Deschamps in these verses by instituting an office of the 14 auxiliary saints. The binding character of their intercession is clearly expressed. O God, who hast distinguished thy chosen saints, George, and so forth, with special privileges before all others, that all those who in their need invoke their help shall obtain the salutary fulfillment of their prayer, according to the promise of thy grace. So there had been a formal delegation of divine omnipotence. The people could, therefore, not be blamed if, with regard to these privileged saints, it forgot the pure doctrine a little. The instantaneous effect of prayer addressed to them contributed still more to obscure their part as intercessors. They seemed to be exercising divine power by virtue of a power of attorney. Hence it is very natural that the Church abolished this special office of the 14 auxiliary saints after the Council of Trent. The extraordinary function attributed to them had given rise to the grossest superstition, such as the belief that it sufficed to have looked at a St. Christopher, painted or carved, to be protected for the rest of the day from a fatal end. This explains the countless number of the saints' images at the entrances of churches. As for the reason why this group was singled out among all the saints, it should be noticed that the greater number of them appear in art with some very striking attribute. Saint Acacius wore a crown of thorns. Saint Giles was accompanied by a hind. Saint George by a dragon. Saint Christopher was of gigantic stature. Saint Blaise was represented in a den of wild beasts. Saint Cyriac with a chained devil. Saint Denis carrying his head under his arm. Saint Erasmus being disemboweled by means of a windlass. Saint Eustace with a stag carrying a cross between its antlers. Saint Pantaleon with a lion. Saint Vitus in a cauldron. Saint Barbara with her tower. Saint Catherine with her wheel and sword. Saint Margaret with a dragon. It may well be that the special favor with which the 14 auxiliary saints were regarded was due, at least partially, to the very impressive character of their images. The names of several saints were inseparably bound up with diverse disorders, and even served to designate them. Thus various cutaneous diseases were called Saint Anthony's evil. Gout went by the name of Saint Mars' evil. The terrors of the plague called for more than one saintly protector. Saint Sebastian, Saint Roch, Saint Giles, Saint Christopher, Saint Valentine, Saint Adrian were all honored in this capacity by offices, processions, and fraternities. Now here lurked another menace to the purity of the faith. As soon as the thought of the disease, discharged with feelings of horror and fear, presented itself to the mind, the thought of the saint sprang up at the same instance. How easily, then, did the saint himself become the object of this fear, so that to him was ascribed the heavenly wrath that unchained the scourge. Instead of unfathomable divine justice, it was the anger of the saint which seemed the cause of the evil and required to be appeased. Since he healed the evil, why should he not be its author? On these lines, the transition from Christian ethic to heathen magic was only too easy. The Church could not be held responsible, unless we are to blame her carelessness regarding the adulteration of the pure doctrine in the minds of the ignorant. There are numerous testimonies to show that the people sometimes really regarded certain saints as the authors of disorders, though it would be hardly fair to consider as such those oaths which almost attributed to St. Anthony the part of an evil fire demon. May St. Anthony burn me! St. Anthony burn the brothel! St. Anthony burn the beast! These are lines by Coillart. So Deschamps makes some poor fellow say, in translation, St. Anthony sells me his evil all too dear. He stokes the fire in my body. And thus apostrophizes a gouty beggar. You cannot walk? All the better. You save the toil. St. Maur will not make you tremble. Robert Gauguin, who was not at all hostile to the veneration of the saints, in his De Validorum per Franciam Mundicatium Vari Astucia, describes beggars in these terms. One falls on the ground, expectorating malodorous spittle, and attributes his condition to St. John. Others are covered with ulcers through the fault of St. Fiacris the hermit. You, O Damien, prevent them from making water. St. Anthony burns their joints. St. Pius makes them lame and paralyzed. In one of his colloquies, Erasmus makes fun of this belief. One of the interlocutors asks whether in heaven the saints are more malevolent than they were on earth. Yes, answers the other. In the glory of paradise, the saints do not choose to be insulted. Who was sweeter than St. Corneille? More compassionate than St. Anthony? More patient than St. John the Baptist during their lives? And now, what horrible maladies they send if they are not properly honored. Rabelais states that the lower class of preachers themselves represented St. Sebastian to their congregation as the author of the plague and St. Eutropius of dropsy. Henri Estienne has written of the same superstitions in the like manner. That they existed is thus clearly established. The emotional constituents of the veneration of the saints had fastened so firmly on the forms and colors of their images that the more aesthetic perception was constantly threatening to obliterate the religious element. The vivid impression presented by the aspect of the images with their pious or ecstatic looks, rich gilding, and sumptuous apparel, all admirably reproduced by a very realistic art, left hardly any room for doctrinal reflection. Effusions of piety went out ardently towards those glorious beings, without a thought being given to the limits fixed by the Church. In the popular imagination, the saints were living, and were as gods. There is nothing surprising, therefore, in the fact that strict pietists, like the Brethren of the Common Life, and the Windesheim canons, saw a certain danger to popular piety in the development of the veneration of saints. It is very remarkable, however, that the same idea occurs to a man like Eustace Deschamps, a superficial poet and a commonplace mind, and for that very reason, so faithful a mirror of the general aspirations of his time. In translation, do not make gods of silver, of gold, of wood, of stone, or of bronze, that lead people to idolatry, because the work has a pleasant shape, their coloring of which I complain. The beauty of shining gold make many ignorant people believe that these are God for certain, and they serve, by foolish thoughts, such images as stand about in churches where they place too many of them. That is very ill done. In short, let us not adore such counterfeits. Prince, let us only believe in one God, and let us adore him to perfection, in the fields, everywhere, for this is right. No false gods of iron or of stone, stones which have no understanding. Let us not adore such counterfeits. Perhaps we may consider the diligent propagation of the cult of guardian angels towards the end of the Middle Ages as a sort of unconscious reaction against the motley crowd of popular hagiography. Too large a part of the living faith had been crystallized in the veneration of the saints, and thus there arose a craving for something more spiritual as an object of reverence and as a source of protection. In addressing itself to the angel, vaguely conceived and almost formless, piety restored contact with the supernatural and with mystery. Once more, it is Jean Gerson, the indefatigable worker for the purity of faith, whom we find perpetually recommending the cult of the guardian angel. But here also he had to combat unbridled curiosity, which threatened to submerge piety under a mass of commonplace details. And it was just in connection with this subject of angels, which was more or less unbroken ground, that numbers of delicate questions obtruded themselves. Do they never leave us? Do they know beforehand whether we shall be saved or lost? Had Christ a guardian angel? Will the Antichrist have one? Can the angels speak to our soul without visions? Do the angels lead us to good as devils lead us to evil? Leave these subtle speculations to divines, concludes Gerson. Let the faithful keep to simple and wholesome worship. 100 years after Gerson wrote, the Reformation attacked the cult of the saints, and nowhere in the whole contested area did it meet with less resistance. In strong contrast with the belief in witchcraft and demonology, which fully maintained their ground in Protestant countries, both among the clergy and the laity, the saints fell without a blow being struck in their defense. This was, possibly, due to the fact that nearly everything connected with the saints had become caput mortuum. Piety had depleted itself in the image, the legend, the office. All its contents had been so completely expressed that mystic awe had evaporated. The cult of the saints was no longer rooted in the domain of the unimaginable. In the case of demonology, these roots remained as terribly strong as ever. When, therefore, Catholic reform had to re-establish the cult of the saints, its first task was to prune it, to cut down the whole luxuriant growth of medieval imagination and establish severe discipline so as to prevent a reflorescence. End of section 15.
Section 16 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Lisa Duffield. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederik Jan Hopman. Chapter 13. Types of Religious Life. In studying the history of religious life, we must beware of drawing the lines of demarcation too sharply. When we see side by side the most striking contrasts of passionate piety and mocking indifference, it is so easy to explain them by opposing, as if they made up distinct groups, the worldly to the devout, the intellectuals to the ignorant, the reformers to the conservatives. But in so doing, we fail to take sufficient account of the marvelous complexity of the human soul and of the forms of culture. To explain the astonishing contrasts of religious life towards the end of the Middle Ages, we must start with the recognition of a general lack of balance in the religious temper, rendering both individuals and masses liable to violent contradictions and to sudden changes. The general aspect presented by religious life in France towards the end of the Middle Ages is that of a very mechanical and frequently very lax practice, checkered by spasmodic effusions of ardent piety. France was a stranger to that special form of pietism which sequesters itself in small circles of fervent devotees, such as we find springing up in the Netherlands, the devotio moderna, dominated by the figure of Thomas à Kempis. Still, the religious needs which gave birth to this movement were not wanting in France, Only the devotees did not form a special organization. They found a refuge in the existing orders, or they remained in secular life without being distinguished from the mass of believers. Perhaps the Latin soul endures more easily than that of the northern peoples the conflicts with which life in the world confronts the pious. Of all the contradictions which the religious life of the period presents, perhaps the most insoluble is that of an avowed contempt of the clergy, a contempt seen as an undercurrent throughout the Middle Ages, side by side with the very great respect shown for the sanctity of the sacerdotal office. The soul of the masses, not yet completely Christianized, had never altogether forgotten the aversion felt by the savage for the man who may not fight and must remain chaste. The feudal pride of the knight, the champion of courage and of love, was at one in this with the primitive instinct of the people. The worldliness of the higher ranks of the clergy and the deterioration of the lower grades did the rest. Hence it was that nobles, burghers, and villeins had for a long time past been feeding their hatred with spiteful jest at the expense of the incontinent monk and the guzzling priest. Hatred is the right word to use in this context, for hatred it was, latent, but general and persistent. The people never wearied of hearing the vices of the clergy arraigned. A preacher who inveighed against the ecclesiastical state was sure of being applauded. As soon as a homilist broaches this subject, says Bernardino of Siena, his hearers forget all the rest. There is no more effective means of reviving attention when the congregation is dropping off to sleep, or suffering from heat or cold. Everybody instantly becomes attentive and cheerful. Contempt and gibes are leveled especially at the mendicant orders. The types of unworthy priests in the Cent Nouvelles, like the starving chaplain who reads Mass for 3 doits, or the confessor pledged to absolve the family of everything every year, in return for his board and lodging, are all of them mendicant friars. In a series of New Year's wishes, Molinet rhymes thus: Prions Dieu que les Jacobins puissent manger les Augustins, et les carmes soient pendus des cordes des frères menus. Footnote. Let us pray God that the Jacobins may eat the Augustinians, and that the Carmelites may be hanged with the cords of the Minorites. End footnote. At the same time, the restoration of the mendicant orders caused a revival of popular preaching, which gave rise to those vehement outbursts of fervor and penitence which stamped so powerfully the religious life of the 15th century. There is in this special hatred for the begging friars an indication of a most important change of ideas. The formal and dogmatic conception of poverty, as extolled by St. Francis of Assisi, and as observed by the mendicant orders, was no longer in harmony with the social sentiment which was just arising. People were beginning to regard poverty as a social evil instead of an apostolic virtue. Pierre d'Ailly opposed to the mendicant orders the true poor, vere pauperes. England, which earlier than other nations became alive to the economic aspect of things, gave towards the end of the 14th century the first expression to the sentiment of the sanctity of productive labor in that strangely fantastic and touching poem, The Vision of William concerning Pierre's Plowman. Still, this general abuse of priests and monks goes hand in hand with a profound veneration for their sacred function. Guibert de Lannoy saw a priest at Rotterdam appease a tumult by raising the Corpus Domini. The sudden transitions and the violent contrasts of the religious life of the ignorant masses reappear in that of cultured individuals. Often enlightenment comes like a thunderclap, as it did in the case of St. Francis suddenly hearing the words of the gospel as a compulsory command. A knight hears the baptismal ritual read. He has perhaps heard it 20 times before, but suddenly the miraculous virtue of these words pierces into his soul, and he promises himself henceforth to chase away the devil by the mere recollection of the baptism. Jean de Beuil is on the point of witnessing a duel. The adversaries are both going to swear to their good right on the host. Suddenly the captain, seized by the thought that one of them must needs forswear himself and will be lost irrevocably, exclaims, "Do not swear. Only fight for a wager of 500 crowns, without taking an oath." As for the great lords, the basic unsoundness of their life of arrogant pomp and disordered enjoyment contributed to give a spasmodic character to their piety. They are devout by starts, for life is far too distracting. Charles V. of France sometimes gives up the chase at the most exciting moments to hear Mass. Anne of Burgundy, the wife of Bedford, now scandalizes the Parisians by splashing a procession by her mad riding, now leaves a court fête at midnight to attend the matins of the Celestines. She brought upon herself a premature death by visiting the sick of the Hôtel Dieu. Among the princes and the lords of the 15th century, more than one presents the type of an almost inconceivable mixture of devotion and debauchery. Louis of Orléans, an insane lover of luxury and pleasure, addicted even to the sin of necromancy, has his cell in the common dormitory of the Celestines, where he shares the privations and duties of monastic life, rising at midnight and sometimes hearing 5 or 6 masses a day. The coexistence in one person of devotion and worldliness is displayed in a striking fashion in Philip the Good. The Duke, famous for his moult belle compagnie of bastards, his extravagant feasts, his grasping policy, and for a pride not less violent than his temper, is at the same time strictly devout. He was in the habit of remaining in his oratory for a long time after Mass, and living on bread and water for 4 days a week, as well as on all the vigils of Our Lady and the Apostles. He is often still fasting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He gives alms on a great scale and in secret. After the surprise of Luxembourg, he remains engrossed in his hours and special prayers of thanksgiving so long that his escort, awaiting him on horseback, grow impatient, for the fight was not yet quite over. On being warned of the danger, the Duke replies, "If God has granted me victory, he will keep it for me." Gaston Phébus, Count of Foix, King René, Charles of Orléans, represent so many different types of a very worldly and often frivolous temperament, coupled with a devotional spirit which one shrinks from stigmatizing as hypocrisy or bigotry. It has rather to be regarded as a kind of reconciliation, hardly conceivable to the modern mind, between 2 moral extremes. Its possibility in the Middle Ages depends on the absolute dualism of the 2 conceptions, which then dominated all thinking and living. Men of the 15th century often couple with austere devotion the love of bizarre splendor. The craving to decorate faith with the magnificence of forms and colors is displayed in other forms besides works of religious art. It is sometimes found in the forms of spiritual life itself. When Philippe de Mézières plans his Order of the Passion, which was to save Christendom, he imagines a whole phantasmagoria of colors. The knights, according to their ranks, will be dressed in red, green, scarlet, and azure, with red crosses and hoods of the same color. The Grand Master will be all in white. If he saw but little of this splendor, as his order was never established, he was at least able to satisfy his artistic taste in the monastery of the Celestines at Paris, which was the refuge of his last years. If the rules of the order, which he followed as a lay brother, were very severe, the convent church, on the other hand, a mausoleum of the princes of the time, was most sumptuous, all sparkling with gold and precious stones. It was reputed the most beautiful of Paris. It is but a step from luxurious piety to theatrical displays of hyperbolic humility. Olivier de la Marche remembered to have seen in his youth the entry of Jacques de Bourbon, the titular king of Naples, who had renounced the world because of the exhortations of Saint Colette. The king, miserably dressed, was carried in a sort of hand-barrow, not differing from the barrows in which dung and ordure are usually carried. An elegant cortege followed closely. "And I have heard it recounted and said," says La Marche, "that in all the towns where he came he made similar entries out of humility." The minute directions given by a number of saintly persons concerning their burial bear witness to the same excessive humility. The blessed Pierre Thomas, improving upon the example of Saint Francis of Assisi, leaves orders to wrap him up in a sack, with a cord round his neck, and so place him on the ground to die. "Bury me," he says, "at the entrance of the choir, that everyone may walk over my body, even dogs and goats." Philippe de Mézières, his disciple and friend, tries to go even further in fantastic humility. In his dying hour a heavy iron chain is to be placed round his neck. When he has given up the ghost he is to be dragged by his feet, naked, into the choir, where he is to remain on the ground, his arms crossed, tied by 3 ropes to a plank. Thus this fine treasure for the worms is to wait till people come to carry it to the grave. The plank is to take the place of the sumptuous coffin, ornamented with his vain and worldly coat of arms, which would have been displayed at the interment of the unhappy pilgrim, if God had so much hated him that he had let him die at the court of princes of this world. Dragged along once more, his carrion is to be thrown, quite naked, into the grave. One is not surprised to hear that this lover of precise specification made several wills. In the later ones details of this kind are wanting, and at his death, which occurred in 1405, he was honourably buried in the frock of the Celestines, and 2 epitaphs, probably of his own composition, were carved on his tombstone. The ideal of sanctity has always been incapable of much variation. The 15th century in this respect brings no new aspiration. Consequently, the Renaissance exercised hardly any influence on the conception of saintly life. The saint and the mystic remain almost wholly untouched by the changing times. The types of saints of the Counter-Reformation are still those of the later Middle Ages, who in their turn did not essentially differ from those of the preceding centuries. Both before and after the great turning of the tide, two types of saints stand out conspicuously. The men of fiery speech and energetic action, like Ignatius de Loyola, Francis Xavier, Charles Borromeo, who belonged to the same class as Bernardino of Siena, John Capistrano, and the Blessed Vincent Ferrer in earlier times. And the men absorbed in tranquil rapture, or practicing extravagant humility, the poor in spirit, like St. Francis of Paola and the Blessed Pierre of Luxembourg in the 15th century, and Aloysius Gonzaga in the 16th. It would not be unreasonable to compare to the romanticism of chivalry, as an element of medieval thought, a romanticism of saintliness, in the sense of a tendency to give the colors of fancy and the accents of enthusiasm to an ideal form of virtue and of duty. It is remarkable that this romanticism of saintliness always aims far more at miracles and excesses of humility and of asceticism than at brilliant achievements in the service of religious policy. The Church has sometimes canonized the great men of action who have revived or purified religious culture. But popular imagination has been more impressed in all ages by the supernatural and by irrational excess. It is not without interest to note some traits showing us the attitude of the aristocracy, refined and fastidious and engrossed in the chivalrous ideas, towards the ideal of saintly life. The princely families of France have produced later saints than St. Louis. Charles of Blois, descended by his mother from the house of Valois, found himself charged, by his marriage with the heiress of Brittany, with a war of succession which filled the greater part of his life. On marrying Jeanne de Penthièvre, he had promised to adopt the arms and the battle cry of the duchy, which meant to fight Jean de Montfort, the pretender supported by England. The Count of Blois waged the war like the best of knights and captains of his time. He passed 9 years in captivity in England, and perished at Auray in 1364, battling side by side with Bertrand de Guisolin and Beaumanoir. Now this prince, whose career was altogether military, had led from his youth onward the life of an ascetic. As a child he plunged into the study of edifying books, a taste for which his father did his best to moderate, judging it unsuitable to a future warrior. Later he used to sleep on straw near the conjugal bed. After his death he was found to have worn a hair shirt under his armor. He confessed every evening, saying that no Christian ought to go to sleep in the state of sin. As a prisoner in London he was in the habit of entering the cemeteries to kneel down and say the De Profundis. The Breton squire whom he asked to say the responses refused, saying, "No, there lie those who have killed my parents and friends and have burnt their houses." On being released he resolved to undertake a pilgrimage, barefooted in the snow, from La Roche d'Errien, where he had been captured, to the shrine of Saint Yves at Tréguier. The people, hearing this, covered the road with straw and blankets, but the Count made a detour and hurt his feet, so that for weeks he was unable to walk. Directly after his death his royal relations, especially his son-in-law, Louis d'Anjou, a son of the king, took steps to have him canonized. The proceedings, which took place at Angers in 1371, ended in his beatification. If we are to trust Froissart, this Charles of Blois would seem to have had a bastard. There was killed in good style the aforesaid Lord Charles of Blois, with his face to the enemy, and a bastard son of his called Johan de Blois, and several other knights and squires of Brittany. Was Froissart mistaken? Or are we to suppose that the mingling of piety and sensuality, which is so evident in the figures of Louis of Orleans and of Philip the Good, reappears in him in a still more astonishing degree? No such question arises in the case of the blessed Pierre de Luxembourg, another ascetic sprung from court circles. This scion of the House of Luxembourg, which in its several branches held the imperial dignity and a preponderant place at the courts of France and Burgundy, is a striking representative of the type called by William James the underwitted saint, a narrow mind, which can only live in a carefully and isolated sphere of devotion. He died in his 18th year, in 1387, having been loaded from his childhood with ecclesiastical dignities, being Bishop of Metz at 15 and a cardinal soon after. His personality, as it disengages itself from the narratives of the witnesses in the proceedings for his canonization, is almost pitiful. He is of a consumptive disposition and has overgrown his strength. Even as a child he was wholly given up to austerity and devotion. He reprimands his brother when he laughs, because the Gospel does tell us that the Lord wept, but not that he laughed. Sweet, courteous, and debonair, says Froissart. Virgin as to the body, a very great giver of alms. The greater part of the day and the night he spent in prayer, and in all his life there was nothing but humility. At first his noble parents tried to dissuade him from a life of religion. When he said he wished to go forth and preach, he was told, "You are much too tall. Everybody would recognize you at once. You could not endure the cold. And as to preaching the crusade, how could you do that?" "I see," said Pierre, and here the very recesses of his narrow mind seemed lighted up for a moment. "I see very well that you want to lead me from the right road to the bad. But assuredly if I once enter on it, I shall do so much that the whole world will talk of me." When once his ascetic aspirations had overcome all attempts to extirpate them, his parents were clearly proud of having such a young saint in the family. Imagine, amidst the unbridled luxury of the courts of Berry and Burgundy, this sickly boy, horribly dirty and covered with vermin, as the witnesses attest. He is ever occupied with his sins and notes them down every day in a pocket-book. If he is prevented from doing this by a journey or some other reason, he makes up for this neglect by writing for hours. At night he is seen writing up or reading his pocket-books by the light of a candle. He rises at midnight and awakes the chaplains in order to confess. Sometimes he knocks in vain. They turn a deaf ear to his nocturnal call. If he obtains a hearing, he reads out his lists of sins from his little scraps. Towards the end of his life he is shriven twice a day, and will not allow his confessor to leave him for a moment. After his death a whole chest was found filled with these little lists of sins. The Luxembourgs and their friends immediately took steps to get him canonized. The request was made at Avignon by the king himself, and supported both by the University of Paris and the chapter of Notre Dame. The greatest lords of France appeared as witnesses at the trial in 1389. André de Luxembourg, Louis de Bourbon, Enguerrand de Coucy. Though the canonization was not obtained because of the Pope's negligence, the beatification only took place in 1527. The veneration of Pierre de Luxembourg was at once established, and miracles multiplied at Avignon, on the spot where he lay buried. The king founded a Celestine monastery there after the model of the one at Paris, which was the favorite sanctuary of the high nobility, and which Pierre had also frequented in his youth. The foundation stone was laid by the Dukes of Orleans, Berry, and Burgundy. There is another case which may serve to illustrate the intercourse of princes with saints. Saint Francis of Paola at the court of Louis XI. The very peculiar type of piety which this king presents is too well known to be described here at large. Louis XI, who bought the grace of God and of the Virgin Mary for more money than ever king did, displays all the qualities of the crudest fetishism. His passion for relics, pilgrimages, and processions seems to us almost totally devoid of really pious sentiment, and even of respect. He used to handle the holy objects as if they were expensive medicines. At the approach of death he sent to all parts of the world for extraordinary relics. The Pope sent him the corporal of St. Peter. The Great Turk actually offered him a collection of relics which were still at Constantinople. On the table beside his bed was the Sainte Ampoule, the vase in which the holy oil for coronation was kept, and which had never left Reims before. According to Comines, the king wanted to try its miraculous virtue by having his whole body anointed. The cross of Saint Laude was specially sent for from Angers to take an oath upon, for Louis made a difference between oaths taken on one relic and on another. These are traits reminding us of the Merovingian times. In him the fervent venerator of relics blends with the collector of curiosities. He corresponds with Lorenzo de' Medici about the ring of Saint Zanobi, and about an Agnus Dei, that is to say, one of these figures cut out of the fibrous trunk of an Asiatic fern, which were also called Agnus Scythicus, or Tartarian lamb, and to which rare medicinal virtues were attributed. At Plessis-les-Tours the holy persons, summoned thither to say prayers for the king, rubbed shoulders with musicians of all sorts. At that time the king had a great number of players of deep-toned and sweet instruments brought to him, whom he lodged at Saint Cosme near Tours, where they assembled as many as 120, among whom there were many shepherds from the country of Poitou, who often played before the king's mansion, but they did not see him, that the king might enjoy the aforesaid instruments as a pleasure and pastime, and to prevent him from sleeping. And, on the other hand, he also sent for a great number of male and female bigots and devout people, like hermits and saintly creatures, to pray God incessantly to allow that he should not die, and that he might let him live longer. Saint Francis of Paola, the Calabrian hermit, who surpassed the Minoret friars in humility by founding the order of Minims, was literally a purchase of the royal collector. After having failed with the King of Naples, Louis's diplomacy succeeded, by the Pope's intervention, in securing the miraculous man. A noble escort bore him from Italy, sorely against his will. His ferocious asceticism reminds us of the barbarous saints of the 10th century, Saint Neil and Saint Romuald. He flies at the sight of a woman. Since his youth he has never touched a piece of money. He sleeps upright or in a leaning position. He lets his hair and beard grow. He does not eat animal food, and accepts only roots. The king, who is already ill, took pains to procure the proper food for his rare saint. Monsieur de Guenin, I beg you to send me lemons and sweet oranges, and muscatel pears, and parsnips. And it is for the holy man who eats neither flesh nor fish, and you will do me a very great pleasure. Footnote. Perhaps the king wrote by mistake pastinargues for pastèque, meaning watermelons. End footnote. At court he was known only as the holy man, so that Comines appears not to have known his name, although he often saw him. The mockers and suspicious persons also called him holy man. The king himself, at the instigation of Jacques Coitier, his physician, began by setting spies on the man of God and by putting him to the proof. Comines is prudently reserved about him, although declaring that he had never seen a man of such saintly life, nor one in whom the Holy Spirit seemed more to speak through his mouth. He concludes, "He is still alive, so that he may well change for the better or for the worse, so that I shall be silent, as many mocked at the arrival of this hermit, whom they called holy man." It is noteworthy that learned theologians like Jan Standock and Jean Contin, having come from Paris to speak to him about the founding of a monastery of Minims at Paris, went back full of admiration. It is a significant fact that the princes of the 15th century often ask the advice of great visionaries and extravagant ascetics in political matters. Thus Saint Colette is consulted by Philip the Good and by his mother, Marguerite of Bavaria, and acts as an intermediary in the controversies between the houses of France, Savoy, and Burgundy. Her canonization was demanded with pious insistence by the House of Burgundy. More important still was the public part played by Denis the Carthusian. He also was frequently in touch with the House of Burgundy. Obsessed by the fear of imminent catastrophes, such as the conquest of Rome by the Turks, he urges the Duke to undertake a crusade. He dedicates to him a treatise on princely government. He advises the Duke of Guelders in the conflict with his son. Numbers of noblemen, clerks, and burghers come to consult him in his cell at Ruremonde, where he is constantly engaged in resolving doubts, difficulties, and questions of conscience. Denis le Chartreux, or of Rickel, is the most complete type of religious enthusiast at the end of the Middle Ages. His mental range and many-sided energy are hardly conceivable. To mystic transports, ferocious asceticism, continual visions and revelations, he unites immense activity as a theological writer. His works fill 45 quarto volumes. All medieval divinity meets in him as the rivers of a continent flow together in an estuary. Qui Dionysium legit, nihil non legit, said 16th century theology. Footnote. He who reads Denis reads everything. End footnote. He sums up, he concludes, but he does not create. All that his great predecessors have thought is reproduced by him in a simple and easy style. He wrote all his books himself, and revised, corrected, subdivided, and illuminated them. At the end of his life he deliberately laid down his pen. Ad sacurae taciturnitatis portum me transferre intendo. Footnote. I am now going to enter the haven of secure taciturnity. End footnote. He never knew repose. Every day he recites the Psalter almost entirely, and at any rate half. He prays continually, while dressing or while engaged in any other occupation. When others go to sleep again after matins, he remains awake. Big and strong, he exposes his body with impunity to all kinds of privations. I have a head of iron, he would say, and a stomach of brass. He feeds, for choice, on tainted victuals. The enormous amount of theological meditation and speculation which he achieved was not the fruit of a peaceful and balanced life of study. It was carried out in the midst of intense emotions and violent shocks. Visions and revelations are with him ordinary experiences. Ecstasies come to him on all sorts of occasions, especially when he hears music, sometime in the midst of noble company, who are listening to his wise advice. As a child he rose when the moon was shining brightly, thinking it was time to go to school. He is a stammerer. He sees the room of a dying woman full of demons who knock the stick out of his hand. He constantly converses with the dead. When asked if he often sees apparitions of deceased persons, he answers, "Yes, hundreds of times." Although constantly occupied with his supernatural experiences, he does not like to speak about them, and is ashamed of the ecstasies which earned him among the laudatory surnames of the great theologians that of Doctor Estaticus. The great figure of Denis the Carthusian no more escaped suspicion and raillery than the miracle worker of Louis XI. The slander and abuse of the world pursued him all his life. The mental attitude of the 15th century towards the highest religious manifestations of the age is made up equally of enthusiasm and distrust. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederick Jan Hauptmann. Religious sensibility and religious imagination. Ever since the gentle mysticism of St. Bernard in the 12th century has started the strain of pathetic tenderness about the Passion of Christ, the religious sensibility of the medieval soul had been increasing. The mind was saturated with the concepts of Christ and the cross. In early childhood, the image of the cross was implanted on the sensitive heart, so grand and forbidding as to overshadow all other affections by its gloom. When Jean Gerson was a child, his father one day stood with his back against a wall, his arms outspread, saying, "Thus, child, was your God crucified, who made and saved you." This image of his father, he tells us, remained engraved on his mind, expanding as he grew older, even in his old age, and he blessed his pious father for it, who had died on the day of the exaltation of the cross. St. Colette, when 4 years old, every day heard her mother in prayer lament and weep about the Passion, sharing the pain of contumely, blows, and torments. This recollection fixed itself in the supersensitive heart of Colette with such intensity that she felt all her life through the most severe oppression of heart every day at the hour of the crucifixion, and at the reading of the Passion she suffered more than a woman in childbed. A preacher sometimes paused to stand in silence with his arms extended in the form of the cross for a quarter of an hour. The soul is so imbued with the conception of the Passion that the most remote analogy suffices to make the chord of the memory of Christ vibrate. A poor nun carrying wood to the kitchen imagines she carries the cross. A blind woman doing the washing takes the tub for the manger and the wash-house for the stable. This extreme religious sensibility shows itself by copious weeping. Devotion, says Denis the Carthusian, is a sort of tenderness of heart, which easily moves to tears of piety. We should pray to God to have the daily baptism of tears. They are the wings of prayer, and according to St. Bernard, the wine of angels. We should give ourselves up to the grace of meritorious tears, get ready for them, and let ourselves be carried away by them all the year round, but especially during Lent, so that we may say with the psalmist, Ferurunt nihi lacrimae, mea panis di ac nocte. Sometimes they come so easily that we pray sobbing and groaning. If they do not come, we should not force them. We should then content ourselves with the tears of the heart. In the presence of others, we should avoid these signs of extraordinary devotion. Vincent Ferrer shed so many tears every time he consecrated the host that the whole congregation also wept, insomuch that a general wailing was heard, as if in the house of one dead. Popular devotion in France did not take a special form, as we notice in the Netherlands, where it was standardized, so to say, in the pietistic movement of the Brethren of the Common Life, and the regular canons of the Congregation of Windesheim. This was the circle whence proceeded the Imitation of Christ. The regulations which the Dutch devout bound themselves to obey gave their piety a conventional form, and preserved them from dangerous excesses of fervor. French devotion, although very similar, kept more of its passionate and spasmodic character, and led more easily to fantastic aberrations in those cases where it did not speedily wear itself out. Nowhere do we notice its character better than in the writings of Gerson. The Chancellor of the University was the great dogmatic and moral censor of his time. His prudent, scrupulous, slightly academic mind was admirably fitted to distinguish between true piety and exaggerated religious manifestations. This was indeed his favorite occupation. Benevolent, sincere, and pure, he had that meticulous carefulness in point of good style and form which so often reminds us of his modest origin, in the case of a man who has raised himself by his own talents from humble circumstances to an aristocratic mentality. He was a born psychologist, and had a fine sense of style, which is near akin to the craving for orthodoxy. At the Council of Constance, Gerson defended the Dutch Brethren of the Common Life, against whom a Dominican of Groningen brought a charge of heresy. He was, nevertheless, fully aware of the dangers threatening the Church from a too exuberant popular devotion. It may therefore appear strange that he often disapproved of manifestations of piety in his own country, which reappear in that very Devotio Moderna of the Netherlands, over which he threw the mantle of his authority. The explanation is that the devout in France had no safe sheepfold of organization and a discipline to keep them within the limits of what the Church could tolerate. The world, said Gerson, is approaching its end, and like an old dotard, is exposed to all sorts of fancies, dreams, and illusions, which lead many a one to stray outside the pathway of truth. Mysticism is brought into the streets. Many people take to it without suitable direction, and indulge in too rigid fasts, too protracted vigils, and too abundant tears, all of which disturb their brains. In vain they are advised to be moderate and to take heed lest they fall into the devil's snares. At Arras, he tells us, he visited a woman who won the admiration of the multitude by going completely without food during several consecutive days, against her husband's wishes. He talked to her, and only found in her a vain and arrogant obstinacy. For after her fasts she ate with insatiable voracity. Her face betrayed imminent insanity. He also cites the case of an epileptic woman who thought that each twinge of pain in her corns was a sign that a soul descended to hell. Gerson set little store by visions and revelations which were recent and universally spoken of, including even those of Bridget of Sweden and Catherine of Siena. He had heard so many stories about this sort that he had lost all belief in them. Someone or other would always be asserting that it had been revealed to him that he would be Pope. A certain man, in particular, believed himself predestined, first to become Pope, then to be the Antichrist, so that he had thought of killing himself in order to save Christendom from such an evil. There is nothing more dangerous, says Gerson, than ignorant devotion. The poor devout, learning that the heart of Mary exulted in her God, strain themselves to exult also. They call up all sorts of images without being able to distinguish between truth and delusion, and they take them all for miraculous proofs of their excellent devotion. Contemplative life has great dangers, he continues. It has made numbers of people melancholy or mad. Gerson perceived the connection between fasting and hallucinations, and had a glimpse of the role played by fasting in the practice of magic. Now, where was a man of Gerson's psychological subtlety to draw the line of demarcation in the manifestations of piety between what is holy and laudable and what is inadmissible? The dogmatic point of view did not meet the case. It was easy for him, a theologian by profession, to point out deviations from dogma. But he felt that, as regards manifestations of piety, considerations of an ethical sort should guide our judgment, that it was a question of degree and of taste. There is no virtue, says Gerson, which is more neglected in these miserable times of schism than discretion. The Church in the Middle Ages tolerated many religious extravagances, provided they did not lead up to novelties of a revolutionary sort, in morals or in doctrine. So long as it spent itself in hyperbolic fancies or in ecstasies, superabundant emotion was not a source of danger. Thus many saints were conspicuous for the fanatical reverence for virginity, taking the form of a horror of all that relates to sex. Saint Colette is an instance of this. She was a typical representative of what has been called by William James the theopathic condition. Her supersensibility is extreme. She can endure neither the light nor the heat of fire, only the light of candles. She has an immoderate horror of flies, ants, and slugs, and of all dirt and stenches of all kinds. Her abomination of sexual functions inspires her with repugnance for those saints who have passed through the matrimonial state, and leads her to oppose the admission of non-virginal persons to her congregation. The Church has ever praised such a disposition, judging it to be edifying and meritorious. On the other hand, the same sentiment became dangerous as soon as the fanatics of chastity, not content with shutting themselves up in their own sphere of purity, wanted to apply their principles to ecclesiastical and social life. The Church was repeatedly obliged to disown the violent assailants of the validity of the sacraments administered by priests living in fornication, for the double reason that sound Catholic doctrine has always separated the sacredness of the office from the personal dignity of the bearer, and that she knew herself to be not strong enough to uproot the evil. Jean de Varennes had been a learned divine and a celebrated preacher, chaplain to the youthful Cardinal of Luxembourg at Avignon. He seemed destined for the highest ecclesiastical career, when he suddenly threw up all his benefices, with the exception of a canonry of Notre Dame of Rheims, gave up the great style of his life, and went to Saint-Lié, his birthplace, where he began to lead a saintly life and to preach. and he was much visited by people who came to see him from all countries on account of the simple, very noble, and most honest life he led. Soon he is called the Holy Man of Saint-Lié. He is regarded as a future pope, a miraculous being, a messenger of God. All France talks of him. Now, in the person of Jean de Varennes, the passion of sexual purity assumes a revolutionary aspect. He reduces all the evils of the Church to the one evil of lust. His extremist program for the re-establishment of chastity is not aimed only at the clergy. As to fornicating priests, he denies the efficacy of the sacraments they administer, an ancient and redoubtable thesis which the Church had encountered more than once. According to him, it was not permissible for a priest to live in the same house with his sister or with an elderly woman. Moreover, he attacks immorality in general. He ascribes 23 different sins to the matrimonial state. He demands that adultery shall be punished according to the ancient law. Christ himself would have ordered the stoning of the adulterous woman if he had not been sure of her fault. He asserts that no woman in France is chaste, and that no bastard can live a good life and be saved. In his vehement indignation, he preaches resistance to the ecclesiastical authorities, to the Archbishop of Rheims in particular. A wolf, he cried to the people, who understood but too well who the wolf was, and repeated joyously, Ha hey, ulus mes bons gens aus lus. The Archbishop had Jean de Varennes locked up in a horrible prison. This severity towards all revolutionary tendencies of doctrinal kind contrasts with the indulgences shown by the Church for the extravagances of religious imagination, notably for ultra-sensuous fancies about divine love. It required the psychological perspicacity of a Gerson to be aware that there also the faith was menaced by a moral and doctrinal danger. The spiritual state called the pseudo Dei, the sweetness of the delights of the love of Christ, was towards the end of the Middle Ages one of the most active elements of religious life. The followers of the Devotio Moderna in the Netherlands had systematized it, and thereby made it more or less innocuous. Gerson, who distrusted it, had analyzed it in his treatise De Diversi Diaboli Tentationibus, and elsewhere. The day, he said, would be too short if I were to enumerate the innumerable follies of the loving, nay, the raving, amantium imo et amantium. He knew the peril by experience, for he can have only met himself when he described the case of one of his acquaintances who had carried on a spiritual friendship with a nun, at first without any trace of carnal inclination, and without suspecting any sin, till a separation revealed to him the amorous nature of this relation, so that he drew the inference from it, amor spiritualis facile labitur inundum carnalem amorem, and considered himself warned. The devil, he says, sometimes inspires us with feelings of immense and marvelous sweetness, which is very like devotion, so that we make the quest of this delight our object, and want to love God only to attain it. Many have deceived themselves by immoderately cultivating such feelings. They have taken the mad excitement of their hearts for divine ardor, and were thus miserably led astray. Others strive to attain insensibility or complete passiveness, to become a perfect tool for God. It is this sensation of absolute annihilation of the individual, tasted by the mystics of all times, which Gerson, as a supporter of a moderate and prudent mysticism, could not tolerate. A female visionary told him that in the contemplation of God her mind had been annihilated, really annihilated, and then created anew. "How do you know?" he asked her. "I experienced it," she answered. The logical absurdity of this reply had sufficed him to prove the reprehensible nature of these fancies. It was dangerous to let such sensations express themselves by explicit formulas. The Church could only tolerate them in the form of images. Catherine of Siena might say that her heart had been changed into the heart of Christ. But Marguerite Porete, an adherent of the sect of the Brethren of the Free Spirit, who also believed that her soul had been annihilated in God, was burnt at Paris. What the Church dreaded above all in the idea of annihilation of the personality was the consequence, accepted by the extremest mystics of all religions, that the soul absorbed in God, and therefore having no will, can no longer sin, even in following its carnal appetites. How many poor ignorant people have been dragged by such doctrines into the most abominable license! Every time Gerson touches the question of the dangers of spiritual love, he remembers the excesses of the Begards and of the Turlupins. He fears a truly satanic impiety, like that of the nobleman he mentions as having confessed to a Carthusian that the sin of lust did not prevent him from loving God. On the contrary, it inflamed him to seek for and taste more eagerly the sweetness of divine love. So long as the transports of mysticism were translated into passionate imaginings of a symbolic nature, however vivid their colors might be, they caused but a relative danger. On becoming crystallized in images, they lost some of their noxiousness. In this way, the exuberant imagery of the time, to a certain extent, diverted the most dangerous tendencies of the religious life of the epoch, however bizarre it may appear to us. Jan Brugman, a popular Dutch preacher, might with impunity compare Jesus taking human form to a drunkard who forgets himself, sees no danger, who gives away all he has. Oh, he was not truly drunk when love urged him to descend from the highest heavens to the lowest valley of the earth. He sees him in heaven going about to pour out drinks for the prophets, and they drank till they were fit to burst, and David with his harp leaped before the table, just as if he were the Lord's fool. Not only the grotesque Brugman, the serene Rysbrecht, too, likes to represent divine love under the image of drunkenness. Hunger also served as a figure to express the relations of the soul with Christ. Rysbrecht, in the Adornment of the Spiritual Marriage, says, "Here begins an eternal hunger which is never appeased. It is an inner craving and hankering of the loving power and the created spirit for an uncreated good. Those that experience it are the poorest of men, for they are eager and greedy, and they have an insatiable hunger. Whatever they eat and drink, they never become satisfied by it, for this hunger is eternal." The metaphor may be inverted, so that the hunger is Christ's, as in the mirror of eternal salvation. His hunger is immensely great. He consumes us entirely to the bottom, for he is a greedy glutton with a voracious hunger. He devours even the marrow of our bones. First he prepares his repast, and in his love he burns up all our sins and our faults. Next, when we are purified and roasted by the fire of love, he opens his mouth like a voracious being who wishes to swallow all. A little insistence on the details of the metaphor will make it ridiculous. "You will eat him," says Le Livre des Contes Amoureux of Jean Barthélemy, speaking of the Eucharist, "roasted at the fire, well baked, not at all overdone or burnt." For just as the Easter lamb was properly baked and roasted between two fires of wood or of charcoal, thus was gentle Jesus on Good Friday placed on the spit of the worthy cross, and tied between the two fires of his very fearful death and passion, and of the very ardent charity and love which he felt for our souls and our salvation. He was, as it were, roasted and slowly baked to save us. The infusion of divine grace is described under the image of the absorption of food, and also of being bathed. A nun feels quite deluged in the blood of Christ, and faints. All the red and warm blood of the 5 wounds flowed through the mouth of St. Henry Suso into his heart. Catherine of Siena drank from the wound in his side. Others drank of the Virgin's milk, like St. Bernard, Henry Suso, Alain de la Roche. The Breton, Alain de la Roche, a Dominican, born about 1428, is a very typical representative of this religious imagery, both ultra-concrete and ultra-fantastic. He was the zealous promoter of the use of the rosary, with a view to which he founded the Universal Brotherhood of the Psalter of Our Lady. The description of his numerous visions is characterized at the same time by an excess of sexual imagination and by the absence of all genuine emotion. The passionate tone which in the grand mystics makes these two sensuous images of hunger and thirst, of blood and voluptuousness, bearable, is altogether lacking. The symbolism of spiritual love has become with him a mere mechanical process. It is the decadence of the medieval spirit. We shall return to it shortly. Now, whereas the celestial symbolism of Alain de la Roche seems artificial, his infernal visions are characterized by a hideous actuality. He sees the animals which represent various sins equipped with horrible genitals, and emitting torrents of fire which obscure the earth with their smoke. He sees the prostitute of apostasy giving birth to apostates, now devouring them and vomiting them forth, now kissing them and petting them like a mother. This is the reverse side of the suave fancies of spiritual love. Human imagination contained, as the inevitable complement of the sweetness of celestial visions, a black mass of demonological conceptions, which also sought expression in language of ardent sensuality. Alain de la Roche forms the link between the placid and gentle pietism of the Devotio Moderne and the darkest horror produced by the medieval spirit on the wane. The delusion of witchcraft at that time fully developed into a fatally consistent system of theological zeal and judicial severity. A faithful friend of the regulars of Windensheim and of the Brethren of the Common Life, in whose house he died at Zwolle in 1475, he was at the same time the preceptor of Jacob Sprenger, a Dominican like himself, not only one of the two authors of the Malleus Maleficarum, but also the propagator in Germany of the Brotherhood of the Rosary founded by Alain. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Emanuela. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederick Ian Hopman. Symbolism in its decline. Chapter 15. Symbolism in its decline. Thus, religious emotion always tended to be transmuted into images. Mystery seemed to be graspable by the mind when invested with a perceptible form. The need of adoring the ineffable, invisible shape was continually creating ever new features. In the 14th century, the cross and the lamb no longer sufficed for the effusion of overflowing love offered to Jesus. To this is added the adoration of the name of Jesus, which occasionally threatens to eclipse even that of the cross. Henry Suso tattoos the name of Jesus over his heart and compares himself to the lover who wears the name of his beloved embroidered on his coat. Bernardino of Siena, at the end of a moving sermon, lights 2 candles and shows the multitude a board a yard in length, bearing on an azure ground the name Jesus in golden letters, surrounded by the sun's rays. The people filling the church kneel down and weep with emotion. The custom spreads, especially with the Franciscan preachers. Denis de Carthusian is represented in art holding such a board in his uplifted hands. The sun, as a crest above the arms of Geneva, is derived from this usage. The ecclesiastical authorities regarded the matter with suspicion. There was some talk of superstition and of idolatry. There were tumults for and against. Bernardino was summoned before the Curia, and the usage was forbidden by Pope Martin V. About the same time, a very similar form of adoring Christ under a visible sign was successfully introduced into the ritual, namely that of the monstrance. To this also the Church objected at first. The use of the monstrance was originally forbidden except during the week of the Corpus Christi. In taking, instead of the original form of a tower, that of a radiant sun, the monstrance became very like the board, bearing Jesus' name, of which the Church disapproved. The abundance of images in which religious thought threatened to dissolve itself would have only produced a chaotic phantasmagoria, if symbolic conception had not worked it all into a vast system, where every figure had its place. Of no great truth was the medieval mind more conscious than of St. Paul's phrase, videmus nunc per speculum in enigmate, tunc autem face ad facem. Footnote. For now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. End of footnote. The Middle Ages never forgot that all things would be absurd if their meaning were exhausted in their function and their place in the phenomenal world, if by their essence they did not reach into a world beyond this. This idea of a deeper significance in ordinary things is familiar to us as well, independently of religious convictions, as an indefinite feeling which may be called up at any moment by the sound of raindrops on the leaves or by the lamplight on a table. Such sensations may take the form of a morbid oppression, so that all things seems to be charged with a menace or a riddle which we must solve at any cost. Or they may be experienced as a source of tranquility and assurance, by filling us with the sense that our own life, too, is involved in this hidden meaning of the world. The more this perception converges upon the absolute one, whence all things emanate, the sooner it will tend to pass from the insight of a lucid moment to a permanent and formulated conviction. By cultivating the continuous sense of our connection with the power that made things as they are, we are tempered more towardly for their reception. The outward face of nature need not alter, but the expressions of meaning in it alter. It was dead and is alive again. It is like the difference between looking on a person without love or upon the same person with love. When we see all things in God and refer all things to Him, we read in common matters superior expressions of meaning. Here, then, is the psychological foundation from which symbolism arises. In God, nothing is empty of sense. Nihil vacuum neque sine signo apud Deum, said St. Irenaeus. So, the conviction of a transcendental meaning in all things seek to formulate itself. About the feature of the divinity, a majestic system of correlated features crystallized, which all have reference to Him, because all things derive their meaning from Him. The world unfolds itself like a vast hall of symbols, like a cathedral of ideas. It is the most richly rhythmical conception of the world, a polyphonous expression of eternal harmony. In the Middle Ages, the symbolist attitude was much more in evidence than the casual or the genetic attitude. Not that this latter mode of conceiving the world as a process of evolution was wholly absent. Medieval thought, too, sought to understand things by means of their origin, but destitute of experimental methods and neglecting even observation and analysis, it was reduced, in order to state genetic relations, to abstract deduction. All notions of one thing proceeding from another took the naive form of procreation or ramification. The image of a tree or a pedigree sufficed to represent any relations of origin and cause. An arbor de origine iuris et legum, for example, classified all law in the form of a tree with numerous branches. Owing to its primitive methods, the evolutionist thought of the Middle Ages was bound to remain schematic, arbitrary, and sterile. From the casual point of view, symbolism appears as a sort of short-circuit of thought. Instead of looking for the relation between two things by following the hidden detours of their casual connections, thought makes a leap and discovers their relation, not in a connection of cause or effects, but in a connection of signification or finality. Such a connection will at once appear convincing, provided only that the two things have an essential quality in common, which can be referred to a general value. Expressed in terms of experimental psychology, all mental association based on a casual similitude whatever will immediately set up the idea of an essential and mystic connection. This may well seem a rather meager mental function. Moreover, it reveals itself as a very primitive function when envisaged from an ethnological point of view. Primitive thought is characterized by a general feebleness of perception of the exact demarcation between different concepts, so that it tends to incorporate into the notion of a definite something all the notions connected with it by any relation or similitude whatsoever. With this tendency, the symbolizing function is closely related. It is, however, possible to view symbolism in a more favorable light by abandoning for a while the point of view of modern science. Symbolism will lose this appearance of arbitrariness and abortiveness when we take into account the fact that it is indissolubly linked up with the conception of the world which was called realism in the Middle Ages, and which modern philosophy prefers to call, though less correctly, Platonic idealism. Symbolic assimilation founded on common properties presupposes the idea that these properties are essential to things. The vision of white and red roses blooming among thorns at once calls up a symbolic assimilation in the medieval mind, for example, that of virgins and martyrs shining with glory in the midst of their persecutors. The assimilation is produced because the attributes are the same. The beauty, the tenderness, the purity, the colors of the roses are also those of the virgins, their red color that of the blood of the martyrs. But this similarity will only have a mystic meaning if the middle term connecting the two terms of the symbolic concept expresses an essentiality common to both. In other words, if redness and whiteness are something more than names for a physical difference based on quantity, if they are conceived as essences, as realities. The mind of the savage, of the child, and of the poet never sees them otherwise. Now, beauty, tenderness, whiteness, being realities, are also entities. Consequently, all that is beautiful, tender, or white must have a common essence, the same reason of existence, the same significance before God. In pointing out these very strong links between symbolism and realism, in the scholastic sense, we should be careful not to think too much of the quarrel about the universals. We know very well that the realism which declared universalia ante rem and attributed essentiality and pre-existence to general ideas did not dominate medieval thought without a struggle. Undoubtedly, there were also nominalists, but it does not seem too bold to affirm that radical nominalism had never been anything but a reaction, an opposition, a counter-current vainly disputing the ground with the fundamental tendencies of the medieval spirit. As philosophical formulae, realism and nominalism had early made each other the necessary concessions. The new nominalism of the 14th century, that of the Occamites or moderns, merely removed certain inconveniences of an extreme realism, which it left intact by relegating the domain of faith to a world beyond the philosophical speculations of reason. Now, it is in the domain of faith that realism obtains, and here it is to be considered rather as a mental attitude of a whole age than a philosophic opinion. In this larger sense, it may be considered inherent in the civilization of the Middle Ages and as dominating all expressions of thought and of the imagination. Undoubtedly, Neoplatonism strongly influenced medieval theology, but was not the sole cause of the general realist trend of thought. Every primitive mind is realist, in the medieval sense, independently of all philosophic influence. To such a mentality, everything that receives a name becomes an entity and takes a shape which projects itself on the heavens. This shape, in the majority of cases, will be the human shape. All realism in the medieval sense leads to anthropomorphism. Having attributed a real existence to an idea, the mind wants to see this idea alive and can only effect this by personifying it. In this way, allegory is born. It is not the same thing as symbolism. Symbolism expresses a mysterious connection between two ideas. Allegory gives a visible form to the conception of such a connection. Symbolism is a very profound function of the mind. Allegory is a superficial one. It aids symbolic thought to express itself, but endangers it at the same time by substituting a figure for a living idea. The force of the symbol is easily lost in the allegory. So, allegory in itself implies from the outset normalizing, projecting on a surface, crystallizing. Moreover, medieval literature had taken it in as a wave of decadent antiquity. Marcianus Capella and Prudentius had been the models. Allegory seldom loses an air of elderliness and pedantry. Still, the use of it supplied a very earnest craving of the medieval mind. How else can we explain the preference which this form enjoyed so long? These three modes of thought together, realism, symbolism, and personification, have illuminated the medieval mind with a flood of lights. The ethic and aesthetic value of the symbolical interpretation of the world was inestimable. Embracing all nature and all history, symbolism gave a conception of the world of a still more rigorous unity than that which modern science can offer. Symbolism's image of the world is distinguished by impeccable order, architectonic structure, hieratic subordination. For each symbolic connection implies a difference of rank or sanctity. Two things of equal value are hardly capable of a symbolic relationship with each other unless they are both connected with some third thing of a higher order. Symbolist, though, permits of an infinity of relations between things. Each thing may denote a number of distinct ideas by its different special qualities, and a quality may also have several symbolic meanings. The highest conceptions have symbols by the thousand. Nothing is too humble to represent and to glorify the sublime. The walnut signifies Christ, the sweet kernel is his divine nature, the green and pulpy outer peel is his humanity, the wooden shell between is the cross. Thus all things raise the thoughts to the eternal, being thought of as symbols of the highest. In a constant gradation, they are all transfused by the glory of divine majesty. Every precious stone, beside its natural splendor, sparkles with the brilliance of its symbolic values. The assimilation of roses and virginity is much more than a poetic comparison, for it reveals their common essence. As each notion arises in the mind, the logic of symbolism creates a harmony of ideas. The special quality of each of them is lost in its ideal harmony, and the rigor of rational conception is tempered by the presentment of some mystic unity. A consistent concord reigns between all the spiritual domains. The Old Testament is the prefiguration of the New. Profane history reflects the one and the other. About each idea, other ideas group themselves, forming symmetrical figures as in a kaleidoscope. Eventually, all symbols group themselves about the central mystery of the Eucharist. Here, there is more than symbolic similitude, there is identity. The host is Christ, and the priest, in eating it, becomes truly the sepulchre of the Lord. The world, objectionable in itself, became acceptable by its symbolic purport. For every object, each common trait, had a mystical relation with the most holy, which ennobled it. Bonaventura identified the handicrafts symbolically with the eternal generation and incarnation of the Word, and with the covenant between God and the soul. Even profane love is attached by symbolic connection to divine love. In this way, all individual suffering is but the shadow of divine suffering, and all virtue is as a partial realization of absolute goodness. Symbolism, in thus detaching personal suffering and virtue from the sphere of the individual in order to raise them to that of the universal, constituted a salutary counterpoise to the strong religious individualism, bent on personal salvation, which is characteristic of the Middle Ages. Religious symbolism offered one cultural advantage more. To the letter of formulated dogma, rigid and explicit in itself, the flowering imagery of symbols formed, as it were, a musical accompaniment, which, by its perfect harmony, allowed the mind to transcend the deficiencies of logical expression. Symbolism opened up all the wealth of religious conceptions to art, to be expressed in forms full of color and melody, and yet vague and implicit, so that, by these, the profoundest intuitions might soar towards the ineffable. In the later Middle Ages, the decline of this mode of thought had already long set in. The representation of the universe in a grand system of symbolical relations had long been complete. Still, the symbolizing habit maintained itself, adding ever new figures that were like petrified flowers. Symbolism at all times shows a tendency to become mechanical. Once accepted as a principle, it becomes a product, not of poetical enthusiasm only, but of subtle reasoning as well, and as such it grows to be a parasite clinging to thought, causing it to degenerate. Symbolic assimilation is often only based on an equality of number. An immense perspective of ideal series of relationships is opened up in this way, but they amount to nothing more than arithmetical exercises. Thus, the 12 months signified the apostles, the 4 seasons the evangelists, the year Christ. A regular cluster was formed of systems of 7. With the 7 virtues correspond the 7 supplications of the Lord's Prayer, the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit, the 7 Beatitudes, and the 7 penitential psalms. All these groups of 7 are again connected with the 7 moments of the Passion and the 7 sacraments. Each of them is opposed to one of the 7 deadly sins, which are represented by 7 animals and followed by 7 diseases. A director of consciences like Gerson, from whom these examples are borrowed, is inclined to lay the stress on the moral and practical value of these symbolisms. In a visionary like Hélène de la Roche, the aesthetic element prevails. His symbolic speculations are very highly elaborated and somewhat factitious. In order to obtain a system in which the numbers 15 and 10 enter, representing the cycles of 150 Aves and of 15 Paters, which he prescribed to his Brotherhood of the Rosary, he adds the 11 celestial spheres and the 4 elements, and then multiplies by the 10 categories, substance, quality, etc. As the product, he obtained 150 natural habits. In the same way, the multiplication of the 10 commandments by 15 virtues give 150 moral habits. To arrive at the figure of 15 virtues, he counts, beside the 3 theological virtues and the 4 cardinal virtues, 7 capital virtues, which makes 14. There remain 2 other virtues, religion and penitence. That makes 16, which is 1 too many. But as temperance of the cardinal series is identical with abstinence of the capital series, we finally obtain the number 15. Each of these 15 virtues is a queen having her nuptial bed in one of the divisions of the Pater Noster. Each of the words of the Ave signifies one of the 15 perfections of the Virgin, and at the same time a precious stone, and is able to drive away a sin, or the animal which represents that sin. They represent other things as well, the branches of a tree which carries all the blessed ones, the steps of a staircase. To quote but 2 examples, the word Ave signifies the innocence of the Virgin and the diamond, it drives away pride, or the lion, which represents pride. The word Maria denotes her wisdom, and the carbuncle, it drives away envy, symbolized by a black dog. Sometimes Alain gets a little entangled in his very complicated system of symbolisms. Symbolism was, in fact, played out. Finding symbols and allegories had become a meaningless intellectual pastime, shallow fancifulness resting on a single analogy. The sanctity of the object still gives it some small spiritual value. As soon as the craze of symbolism spreads to profane or simply moral matters, decadence is manifest. Froissart, in L'Horloge Amoureuse, compares all the details of love to the various parts of a timepiece. Chastelain and Molinet vie with each other in political symbolism. The 3 estates represent the qualities of the Virgin. The 7 electors of the empire signifies the virtues, the 5 towns of Artois and Hainault, which in 1477 remained faithful to the house of Burgundy, are the 5 wise virgins. In reality, this is a symbolism turned upside down. It uses things of the higher order as symbols of things of the lower order, for these authors in effect raise terrestrial things to the higher level by employing sacred conceptions merely to adorn them. The donatus moralizatus, sometimes, but erroneously, ascribed to Gerson, mixed up Latin grammar with theology. The noun substantive is the man. The pronoun means that he is a sinner. The lowest grade of this kind of mental activity is represented by works like Le Parement et Triomphe des Dames of Olivier de la Marche, in which each article of female costume symbolized a virtue, a theme also developed by Coquillard. De la pantoufle ne nous vient que santé, et tout profit sans grief maladie. Pour lui donner titre d'autorité, je lui donne le nom d'humilité. Footnote. The slipper only gives us health and all profit without serious illness. To give it a title to authority, I give it the name of humility. End of footnote. In the same way, shoes mean care and diligence, stockings, perseverance, the garter, resolution, etc. It is clear that, to the men of the 15th century, this genre did not appear so silly as it does to us, otherwise they would not have cultivated it with so much gusto. We are thus led to conclude that, to the mind of the declining Middle Ages, symbolism and allegory had not yet lost all their living significance. The tendency to symbolize and to personify was so spontaneous that nearly every thought of itself took a figurative shape, every idea being considered as an entity, and every quality as an essence. They were at once invested by the imagination with a personal form. Denis de Carthusian, in his Revelations, sees the Church in fully as personal a shape as when it was represented in an allegory on the stage. One of his revelations deals with the future reformation of the Church, such as 15th century theology was hoping for, a church cleansed from the evils that stained it. The spiritual beauty of this purified church was revealed to his vision in the form of a superb and precious garment, with marvelous colors and ornaments. Another time he sees the persecuted church ugly, anemic, enfeebled. God warns him that the church is going to speak, and Denis then hears the inner voice as thought it proceeded from the person of the church, quasi ex persona ecclesiae. The figurative form that thinking assumes here is so direct and so sufficient to evoke the desired associations that no need is felt to explain the allegory in detail. The idea of a splendid garment is fully adequate to express a spiritual purity, though here has resolved itself into an image just as it can resolve itself into a melody. Let us recall once more the allegorical personages of the Roman de la Rose. To us, it requires an effort to picture to ourselves beau accueil, douce merci, humble request. To the men of the Middle Ages, on the other hand, these figures had a very vivid aesthetic and sentimental value. which put them almost on a level with those divinities which the Romans conceived out of abstractions, like Pavor and Pallor, Concordia, etc. To the minds of the declining Middle Ages, Deux Pensées, Rondes, Souvenirs, and the rest were endowed with a quasi-divine existence. Otherwise, the Roman de la Rose would have been unreadable. One of the features passed even from its original meaning to still more concrete signification. Danger, in amoureux parlance, meant the jealous husband. Allegory is often called in to express a thought of particular importance. Thus, the Bishop of Chalon, wishing to address a very serious political remonstrance to Philip the Good, gives it an allegorical form and presents it to the Duke at Hesdin on St. Andrew's Day, 1437. Holtes de Signory, chased out of the empire, having first fled to France, next to the court of Burgundy, is unconsolable, and complains of being harrowed there too by carelessness of the prince, feebleness of counsel, envy of servants, exaction of the subjects, to drive away which it will be necessary to oppose vigilance of the prince, etc., to them. In short, the whole political argument has taken the form of a tableau vivant instead of a newspaper leader, as it would take with us. Evidently, this was the way to create an impression, and it follows that allegory still had a suggestive force which we find it very hard to realize. The burgher of Paris, in his diary, is a prosaic man who takes little trouble to ornament his style. Nevertheless, when he comes to the most horrible events he has to relate, that is to say, to the Burgundian murderers in Paris in June 1418, he at once rises to allegory. Then arose the goddess of discord, who lived in the tower of evil counsel, and awoke wrath, the mad woman, and covetousness, and rage, and vengeance. And they took up arms of all sorts, and cast out reason, justice, remembrance of God, and moderation most shamefully. His narrative of the atrocities committed is entirely composed in the symbolic fashion. Then madness the enraged, and murder and slaughter, killed, cut down, put to death, massacred, all they found in the prisons. And covetousness tucked up her skirts to her belt with rapine, her daughter, and larceny, her son. Afterwards, the aforesaid people went by the guidance of their goddesses, that is to say, wrath, covetousness, and vengeance, who led them through all the public prisons of Paris, etc. Why does the author use allegory here? To give his narrative a more solemn tone than the one he uses for the daily events which he generally notes down in his diary. He feels the necessity of regarding these atrocious events as something more than the crimes of a few individual malefactors. Allegory in his way of expressing his sense of tragedy. It is just when allegory shapes us most that it fully reveals its dominion over the medieval mind. We can bear it more or less in a tableau vivant, where conventional figures are draped in a fantastical and unreal apparel. The 15th century dressed up its allegorical figures, as well as its saints, in the costume of the time, and has the faculty of creating new personages for each thought it wants to express. To tell the moral tale of a giddy young man, who is led to ruin by the life at court, Charles de Rochefort, in La Busancourt, invents a whole new series of personages like those of the Rose, and these dim creations, folle cuidier, folle bombance, foolish credulity, foolish show, and the rest are represented in the miniatures illustrating the work like noblemen of the age. Time himself does not require a bird or a sheath, and appears in doublets and hose. The very commonplace aspect of these allegories is precisely what shows their vitality. We can understand that the human shape is ascribed to virtues or to sentiments, but the spirit of the Middle Ages does not hesitate to extend this process to notions which, to us, have nothing personal. The personification of Lent was a widely known type from 1300 onward. We find it in the poem La bataille des Caresmes et des Charnages, a theme which Peter Bruegel was to take up much later and illustrate with his mad fancy. A current proverb said, Caresme fait ses flancs la nuit des Pâques. Footnote. Lent bakes his cakes on Easter night. End of footnote. In certain towns of North Germany, a doll called Lent was suspended in the choir of the church and taken down during Mass on the Wednesday before Easter. Was there a difference between the idea which people formed of saints and that of purely symbolic personages? Undoubtedly, the former were acknowledged by the Church. They had a historical character and statues of wood and stone, but the latter were in touch with living fancy. And, after all, we may ask ourselves if, to popular imagination, Belacqui or Faux-Semblant did not appear as real as Saint Barbara and Saint Christopher. On the other hand, there is no real contrast between medieval allegory and Renaissance mythology. There is rather a fusion. The mythological figures are older than the Renaissance. Venus and Fortune, for instance, had never completely died, and allegory, on the other hand, kept its vogue for a long time after the 15th century, nowhere stronger than in English literature. In the poetry of Froissart, D'Aussemblants, Refus, Danger, and Escondi are seen contending, as it were, with mythological figures like Atropos, Clotho, Lachesis. At first, the latter are less vivid and colored than the allegories. They are dull and shadowy, and there is nothing classic about them. Gradually, Renaissance sentiment brings about a complete change. The Olympians and the nymphs get the better of the allegorical personages, who fade away in proportion as the poetic glory of antiquity is more intensely felt. Symbolism, with its servant allegory, ultimately became an intellectual pastime. The symbolic mentality was an obstacle to the development of casual thought, as casual and genetic relations must needs look insignificant by the side of symbolic connections. Thus, the sacred symbolism of the two luminaries and the two swords for a long time barred the road to historic and juridical criticism of papal authority. For the symbolizing of papacy and empire as the sun and the moon, or as the two swords brought by the disciples, was to the medieval mind far more than a striking comparison. It revealed the mystic foundation of the two powers, and established directly the precedence of St. Peter. Dante, in order to investigate the historical foundation of the Pope's primacy, had first to deny the appropriateness of the symbolism. The time was not distant when people were bound to awake to the danger of symbolism, when arbitrary and futile allegories would become distasteful and be rejected as tremors of thought. Luther branded them in an invective which is aimed at the greatest lights of scholastic theology. Bonaventura, Guillaume Durand, Gerson, and Denis de Carthusian. These allegorical studies, he exclaims, are the work of people who have too much leisure. Do you think I should find it difficult to play at allegory making about any created thing whatsoever, who is so feeble-witted that he could not try his hand at it? Symbolism was a defective translation into images of secret connection dimly felt, such as music reveals to us. Videmus nunc per speculum in enigmate. The human mind felt that it was face to face with an enigma, but nonetheless it kept on trying to discern the figures in the glass, explaining images by yet other images. Symbolism was like a second mirror held up to that of the phenomenal world itself. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Waning of the Middle Ages, a study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga, translated by Frederick Jan Hopman. Chapter 16, The Effects of Realism. All that was thinkable had taken image shape. Conception had become almost entirely dependent on imagination. Now a too systematic idealism, this is what realism meant in the Middle Ages, gives a certain rigidity to the conception of the world. Ideas, being conceived as entities and of importance only by virtue of their relation with the absolute, easily range themselves as so many fixed stars on the firmament of thought. Once defined, they only lend themselves to classification, subdivision, and distinction according to purely deductive norms. Apart from the rules of logic, there is never a corrective at hand to indicate a mistake in the classification, and this causes the mind to be deluded as to the value of its own operations and the certainty of the system. If the medieval mind wants to know the nature or the reason of a thing, it neither looks into it, to analyze its structure, nor behind it, to inquire into its origin, but looks up to heaven, where it shines as an idea. Whether the question involved is political, social, or moral, the first step taken is always to reduce it to its universal principle. Even quite trifling and ordinary things are regarded in this light. Thus a point is debated in the University of Paris. May examination fees be levied for intermediate degrees? The Chancellor thinks so. Pierre d'Ailly intervenes to defend the opposite view. Now he does not start from arguments based on law or tradition, but from an application of the text, Radix omnium malorum cupiditas, the root of all evil is covetousness. And so he sets himself to prove by an entirely scholastic exposition that the aforesaid exaction is simoniacal, heretical, and contrary to natural and divine law. This is what so often disappoints and wearies us moderns in reading medieval demonstrations. They're directed heavenwards, and lose themselves from the very start in moral generalities and scriptural cases. This profound and systematic idealism betrays itself everywhere. There's an ideal and clearly defined conception of every trade, dignity, or estate to which the individual who belongs to it has to conform as best he may. Denis, the Carthusian, in a series of treatises, De Vita et Regimine Episcoporum Archidiaconorum, etc., etc., pointed out to all, bishops, canons, priests, scholars, princes, nobles, knights, merchants, husbands, widows, girls, friars, the ideal form of their professional duties, and the way to sanctify their calling or condition by living up to that ideal. His exposition of moral precepts, however, remains abstract and general. He never brings us into contact with the realities of the occupations or walks in life of which he speaks. This tendency to reduce all things to a general type has been considered a fundamental weakness in the mentality of the Middle Ages, owing to which the power to discern and describe individual traits was never attained. Starting from this premise, the well-known summary of the Renaissance as the coming of individualism would be justified. But at bottom this antithesis is inexact and misleading. Whatever the faculty of seeing specific traits may have been in the Middle Ages, it must be noted that men disregarded the individual qualities and fine distinctions of things deliberately and of set purpose, in order always to bring them under some general principle. This mental tendency is a result of their profound idealism. People feel an imperious need of always and especially seeing the general sense, the connection with the absolute, the moral ideality, the ultimate significance of a thing. What is important is the impersonal. The mind is not in search of individual realities, but of models, examples, norms. Every notion concerning the world or life had its fixed place in a vast hierarchic system of ideas, in which it is linked with ideas of a higher and more general order on which it depends like a vassal on his lord. The proper business of the medieval mind is discrimination, displaying severally all concepts as if they were so many substantial things. Hence the faculty of detaching a conception from the ideal complex to which it belongs in order to regard it as a thing by itself. When Fulques de Toulouse is blamed for giving an alms to an Albigensian woman, he answers, quote, "I do not give it to the heretic, but to the poor woman." Unquote. Margaret of Scotland, Queen of France, having kissed Alain Chartier the poet, whom she found asleep, exculpates herself in these terms, quote, "I did not kiss the man, but the precious mouth, whence have issued and gone forth so many good words and virtuous sayings." End quote. It is the same turn of mind which, in the field of high theological speculation, distinguishes in God between an antecedent will, desiring the salvation of all, and a consequent will, extending only to the elect. Without the break of empirical observation, the habit of always subordinating and subdividing becomes automatic and sterile, mere numbering, and nothing else. No subject lent itself better to it than the category of virtues and of sins. Every sin has its fixed number of causes, species, noxious effects. There are, according to Denis the Carthusian, 12 follies, deceiving the sinner. Each of them is illustrated, fixed and represented by scripture texts and by symbols, so that the whole argument displays itself like a church portal ornamented with sculptures. The enormity of sin should be considered from 7 points of view: that of God, that of the sinner, of matter, of circumstances, of the intention, of the nature of the sin, and of its consequences. Next, every one of these 7 points is subdivided in its turn into 8, or into 14. There are 6 infirmities of the mind which incline us to sin, etc. This systematizing of morality has its striking analogies in the sacred books of Buddhism. Now this everlasting classification, this anatomy of sin, would be apt to weaken the consciousness of sin which it should enhance, if it were not attended with an effort of the imagination directed to the gravity of the fault and the horrors of the chastisements. All moral conceptions are exaggerated, overcharged to excess, because they're always placed in direct connection with divine majesty. In every sin, even the least, the universe is concerned. No human soul can be fully conscious of the enormity of sin. All the saints and the just, the celestial spheres, the elements, the lower creatures, and inanimate objects cry for vengeance on the sinner. Denis strives to overstimulate the fear of sin and of hell by detailed descriptions and terrifying images. Dante has touched with beauty the darkness of hell. Farinata and Ugolino are heroic, and Lucifer is majestic. But this monk, devoid of all poetic grace, draws a picture of devouring torment and nothing more. His very dullness makes the horror of it. Let us imagine, he says, quote, "a white-hot oven, and in this oven a naked man, never to be released from such a torment. Does not the mere sight of it appear insupportable? How miserable this man would seem to us! Let us think how he would sprawl in the oven, how he would yell and roar, in short, how he would live. And what would be his agony and his sorrow when he understood that this unbearable punishment was never to end." End quote. The horrible cold, the loathsome worms, the stench, hunger and thirst, the darkness, the chains, the unspeakable filth, the endless cries, the sight of the demons, Denis calls up all this before us like a nightmare. Still more oppressive is the insistence on psychic suffering, the mourning, the fear, the empty feeling of everlasting separation from God, the inexpressible hatred of God, the envy of the bliss of the elect, and confusion of all sorts of errors and delusions in the brain. And the thought that this is to last in all eternity is by ingenious comparisons wrought up to the fever point of horror. The treatise De Quatuor Hominum Novissimus, from which these details are borrowed, was the customary reading during mealtime at the convent of Windesheim. A truly bitter condiment. But medieval man always preferred drastic treatment. He was like an invalid who has been treated too long with heroic medicines. Only the most powerful stimulants produced an effect on him. In order to make some virtue shine in all its splendor, the Middle Ages present it in an exaggerated form, which a sedater moralist would perhaps regard as a caricature. St. Giles, praying God not to allow his wound caused by an arrow to heal, is their pattern of patience. Temperance finds its models in saints, who always mix ashes with their food, chastity in those who tested their virtue by sleeping beside a woman. If it is not some extravagant act, it is the extreme youth of the saint which marks him out as a model. St. Nicholas refusing his mother's milk on feast days, or St. Quiricus, a martyr, either 3 years or 9 months old, refusing to be consoled by the prefect and thrown into the abyss. Here again it is the dominant idealism which makes people only relish the excellence of virtue in an extra strong dose. Virtue is conceived as an idea. Its beauty shines more brightly in the hyperbolic perfection of its essence than in the imperfect practice of everyday life. Nothing shows better the primitive character of the hyper-idealist mentality, called realism, in the Middle Ages, than the tendency to ascribe a sort of substantiality to abstract concepts. Though philosophic realism did never admit these materialist tendencies and strove to avoid such consequences, it cannot be denied that medieval thought frequently yielded to the inclination to pass from pure idealism to a sort of magic idealism, in which the abstract tends to become concrete. Here the ties which bind the Middle Ages to a very remote cultural past are very clearly displayed. It was about 1300 that the doctrine of the treasure of the works of supererogation of Christ and the saints took a fixed form. The idea itself of such a treasure, the common possession of all the faithful, insofar as they are members of the mystic body of Christ, which is the Church, was by that time very ancient. But the way in which it was applied, in the sense that the superabundant good works constitute an inexhaustible reserve which the Church can dispose of by retail, does not appear before the 13th century. Alexandre de Alès was the first to use the word thesaurus in the technical sense, which has kept ever since. The doctrine did not fail to excite resistance. In the end, however, it prevailed and was officially formulated in 1343 in the bull Unigenitus of Clement VI. Here the treasure has altogether the form of a capital confided by Christ to St. Peter, and still increasing every day. For in proportion as men are more drawn to justice by the distribution of this treasure, the merits of which it is composed will go on accumulating. The material conception of ethical categories made itself felt more with regard to sin than to virtue. The Church, it is true, has always explicitly taught that sin is not a thing or an entity, but how could it have prevented the error when everything concurred to insinuate it into men's minds? The primitive instinct which sees sin as stuff which soils or corrupts, which one should therefore wash away or destroy, was strengthened by the extreme systematizing of sin, by their figurative representation, and even by the penitentiary technique of the Church itself. In vain did Denis the Carthusian remind the people that it was but for the sake of comparison that he calls sin a fever, a cold and corrupted humor. Popular thought undoubtedly lost sight of the restrictions of dogmatists. The terminology of the law, less anxious than theology as to doctrinal purity, did not hesitate in England to connect with felony the notion of a corruption of the blood. This is the realistic conception in its spontaneous form. On one special point, the dogma itself demanded this perfectly realist conception, that is to say, with regard to the blood of the Redeemer. The faithful are bound to conceive it as absolutely material. A drop of the precious blood, said St. Bernard, would have sufficed to save the world. but it was shed abundantly, as St. Thomas Aquinas expresses it in a hymn. Quote, Pie pelicani, Jesu Domine, me emundum munda tuo sanguine, quies una stilla salvum fecere, totum mundum, quid ab omni scelere. Pious pelican, Lord Jesus, cleanse me, impure one by your blood, of which one drop can save all the world from all iniquity. Compare Marlowe's Faustus. See where Christ's blood streams in the firmament. One drop of blood will save me. End quote. End of section 19. Read by Sandra in Montreal.
Section number 5 of The Waning of the Middle Ages. A study of the forms of life, thought, and art in France and the Netherlands in the 14th and 15th centuries. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Waning of the Middle Ages by Johan Huizinga. Translated by Frederick Jan Hopman. Religious thoughts beyond the limits of imagination. The imagination was continually striving, and in vain, to express the ineffable by giving it shape and figure. To call up the absolute, recourse is always had to the terminology of extension in space, and the effort always fails. From the pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite onward, mystic authors have piled up terms of immensity and infinity. It is always the infinite extension which has to serve for rendering the eternal accessible to reason. Mystics exert themselves to find suggestive images. Imagine, says Denis the Carthusian, a mountain of sand, as large as the universe, that every 100,000 years a grain be taken from it. The mountain will disappear at last. But after such an inconceivable space of time, the sufferings of hell will not have diminished, and will not be nearer to the end than when the first grain was removed. And yet, if the damned knew that they would be set free when the mountain had disappeared, it would be a great consolation to them. If, to inculcate fear and horror, the imagination disposed of resources of appalling wealth, the expression of celestial joys, on the other hand, always remained extremely primitive and monotonous. Human language cannot provide a vision of absolute bliss. It has at its disposal only inadequate superlatives, which can do nothing but strengthen the idea arithmetically. What was the use of producing terms of height or extension or the inexhaustible? People never could progress beyond imagery, the reduction of the infinite to the finite, and the consequent weakening of the feeling of the absolute. Every sensation in expressing itself lost a little of its immediate force. Every attribute ascribed to God robbed him of a little of his majesty. Thus begins the tremendous struggle of the spirit which yearns to rise above all imagery. It is the same at all epochs and with all races. Mystics, it has been said, have neither birthday nor native land. But the support of imagination cannot be given up all at once. The insufficiency of all modes of expression is gradually accepted. First, the brilliant imagery of symbolism is abandoned, and the too concrete formulas of dogma are avoided. But still the contemplation of the absolute being ever remains linked up with notions of extension or of light. Next, these notions change into their negative opposites: silence, the void, obscurity. And as these latter formless conceptions, too, in their turn, prove insufficient, a constant joining of each to its contrary is tried. Finally, nothing remains to express the idea of divinity but pure negation. Of course, these successive stages in the abandoning of imagery have not actually followed in strict chronological order. All had been reached already by Denis the Areopagite. In the following passage of Denis the Carthusian, we find the greater number of these modes of expression united. In a revelation, he hears the voice of a god who is angry. On hearing this answer, the monk, collected within himself, and finding himself as transported into a region of immense light, most sweetly in an intense tranquillity, by a secret call without external sound invoke the most secret and truly hidden, the incomprehensible God. O most overlovable God, thou in thyself art the light and the region of light, in which thy elect sweetly come to rest, repose, and sleep. Thou art like a desert most overvast, even and intraversible, where the truly pious heart, entirely purified of all individual affection, illumined from on high and inflamed by sacred ardor, deviates without erring and errs without deviating, happily fails and unfailingly convalesces. We here find first the image of light, next that of sleep, then that of the desert, and lastly, the opposites which cancel one another. The mystic imagination found a very impressive concept in adding to the image of the desert, that is to say, extension of surface, that of the abyss, or extension of depth. The sensation of giddiness is added to the feeling of infinite space. The German mystics, as well as Ruysbroeck, have made a very plastic use of this striking image. Master Eckhart spoke of the abyss without mode and without form, of the silent and waste divinity. The fruition of bliss, says Ruysbroeck, is so immense that God himself is as swallowed up with all the blessed, in an absence of modes, which is a not knowing, and in an eternal loss of self. And elsewhere, the seventh degree, which follows next, is attained when, beyond all knowledge and all knowing, we discover in ourselves a bottomless not knowing. When beyond all names given to God and to creatures, we come to expire and pass over an eternal namelessness, where we lose ourselves, and when we contemplate all these blessed spirits which are essentially sunken away, merged and lost in their super-essence, in an unknown darkness without mode. All was the hopeless attempt to dispense with images, and to attain the state of void, that is, mere absence of images, which only God can give. He deprives us of all images, and brings us back to the initial state where we find only wild and waste absoluteness, void of all form or image, forever corresponding with eternity. The contemplation of God, says Denis the Carthusian, is more adequately rendered by negations than by affirmations. For, when I say, God is goodness, essence, life, I seem to indicate what God is, as if what he is had anything in common with, or any resemblance to, a creature, whereas it is certain that he is incomprehensible and unknown, inscrutable and ineffable, and separated from all he works by an immeasurable and wholly incomparable difference and excellence. It is for this reason that the uniting wisdom was called by the Areopagite unreasonable, insane, and foolish. But whether Denis or Ruysbroeck speak of light changed into darkness, a motif inspired by the Old Testament and which the pseudo-Areopagite had developed, or again of ignorance, forlornness, or of death, they never get beyond images. Without metaphors, it is impossible to express a single thought. All effort to rise above images is doomed to fail. To speak of our most ardent aspirations only in negative terms does not satisfy the cravings of the heart, and where philosophy no longer finds expression, poetry comes in again. Mysticism has always rediscovered the road from the giddy heights of sublime contemplation to the flowery meadows of symbolism. The sweet lyricism of the older French mystics, Saint Bernard and the Victorines, will always come to the aid of the seer, when all the resources of expression have been exhausted. In the transports of ecstasy, the colors and figures of allegory reappear. Henry Suso sees his betrothed, eternal wisdom. She soared high above him in a sky with clouds. She was bright like the morning star, and shone like the radiant sun. Her crown was eternity, her robe beatitude, her speech sweetness, her kiss absolute delight. She was remote and near, high loft and below. She was present and yet hidden. She let herself be approached, and yet no one could grasp her. The Church has always feared the excesses of mysticism, and with reason, for the fire of contemplative rapture, consuming all forms and images, must need burn all formulas, concept, dogmas, and sacraments too. However, the very nature of mystic transport implied a safeguard for the Church, to be uplifted to the clarity of ecstasy, to wander on the solitary heights of contemplation stripped of forms and images, tasting union with the only and absolute principle, was to the mystic never more than the rare grace of a single moment. He had to come down from the mountain tops. The extremists, it is true, with their following of enfants perdus, did deviate into pantheism and eccentricities. The others, however, and it is among these that we find the great mystics, never lost their way back to the Church awaiting them with its wise and economic system of mysteries fixed in the liturgy. It offered to everybody the means to get into touch at a given moment with the divine principle in all security and without danger of individual extravagances. It economized mystic energy, and that is why it has always outlived unbridled mysticism and the dangers it compassed. Unitive wisdom is unreasonable, insane, and foolish. The path of the mystic leading into the infinite leads to unconsciousness. By denying all positive connection between the deity and all that has form and a name, the operation of transcendency is really abolished. All creatures, says Eckhart, are mere nothing. I do not say that they are little or aught, they are nothing. That which has no entity is not. All creatures have no being, for their being depends on the presence of God. Intensive mysticism signifies return to a pre-intellectual mental life. All that is culture is obliterated and annulled. If, notwithstanding, mysticism has, at all times, borne abundant fruit for civilization, it is because it always rises by degrees, and because in its initial stages it is a powerful element of spiritual development. Contemplation demands a severe culture of moral perfection as a preparatory condition. The gentleness, the curbing of desires, the simplicity, the temperance, the laboriousness practiced in mystical circles, create about them an atmosphere of peace and of pious fervor. All the great mystics have praised humble labor and charity. In the Netherlands, these concomitant features of mysticism, moralism, pietism, became the essence of a very important spiritual movement. From the preparatory phases of intensive mysticism of the few, issued the extensive mysticism of the devotio moderna of the many. Instead of the solitary ecstasy of the blessed moment, comes a constant and collective habit of earnestness and fervor, cultivated by simple townspeople in the friendly intercourse of their Frater houses and Winsheim convents. Theirs was a mysticism by retail. They had only received a spark. But in their midst the Spirit lived, which gave the world the work in which the soul of the declining Middle Ages found its most fruitful expression for the times to come, the imitation of Jesus Christ. Thomas à Kempis was no theologian and no humanist, no philosopher and no poet, and hardly even a true mystic. Yet he wrote the book which was to console the ages. Perhaps here the abundant imagination of the medieval mind was conquered in the highest sense. Thomas à Kempis leads us back to everyday life. End of section 20.